Now in the same year, in the beginning of the reign of Zedekiah king of Judah, in the 4th year, in the 5th month, Hananiah the son of Azur, the prophet, who was from Gibeon, spoke to me in the house of the Lord, in the presence of the priests and all the people, saying, Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I have broken the yoke of the king of Babylon. Within 2 years I am going to bring back to this place all the vessels of the Lord's house, which Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon took away from this place and carried to Babylon. I am also going to bring back to this place Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, and all the exiles of Judah who went to Babylon, declares the Lord. For I will break the yoke of the king of Babylon. Then the prophet Jeremiah spoke to the prophet Hananiah in the presence of the priests and in the presence of all the people who were standing in the house of the Lord. And the prophet Jeremiah said, Amen. May the Lord do so. May the Lord confirm your words which you have prophesied, to bring back the vessels of the Lord's house and all the exiles from Babylon to this place. Yet hear now this word which I am about to speak in your hearing and in the hearing of all the people. The prophets who were before me and before you from ancient times prophesied against many lands and against great kingdoms, of war and of calamity and of pestilence. The prophet who prophesies of peace, when the word of the prophet comes to pass, then that prophet will be known as one whom the Lord has truly sent. Then Hananiah the prophet took the yoke from the neck of Jeremiah the prophet and broke it. Hananiah spoke in the presence of all the people, saying, Thus says the Lord, even so will I break within 2 full years the yoke of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon from the neck of all the nations. Then the prophet Jeremiah went his way. The word of the Lord came to Jeremiah after Hananiah the prophet had broken the yoke from off the neck of the prophet Jeremiah, saying, Go and speak to Hananiah, saying, Thus says the Lord, you have broken the yokes of wood, but you have made instead of them yokes of iron. For thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I have put a yoke of iron on the neck of all these nations, that they may serve Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and they will serve him. And I have also given him the beasts of the field. Then Jeremiah the prophet said to Hananiah the prophet, Listen now, Hananiah, the Lord has not sent you, and you have made this people trust in a lie. Therefore, thus says the Lord, Behold, I am about to remove you from the face of the earth. This year you are going to die, because you have counseled rebellion against the Lord. So Hananiah the prophet died in the same year, in the 7th month.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. How's the volume? About right? A little more? As we were reading through this, a couple things struck me. In addition to what I had already prepared, and that is, the question is, why did Jeremiah make a point of contrasting that there have been many prophecies regarding war and trouble, versus the true prophet will be known if he prophesies peace and it comes to pass? What was he saying there? Doesn't it almost seem counterintuitive?
I pondered that one. I mean, you would think both of them have to come to pass in order to be validated. But if we're going to reference the covenant as context, the burden of proof is on the one who's prophesying peace, because the law of Moses tells what are going to be the consequences for sin. And men being sinners, that's always the side we're going to be erring on. And so it's the prophet who prophesies peace has got the burden of proof on him, because judgment is normally all that should be expected.
I think that contains a lot of the answer. It was normal for nations to fight. It was the normal state of affairs for nations to be in conflict, just like it is today. What would be remarkable is if you would prophesy to a nation that it would have peace rather than the normal course of war. What do you think prompted him to make this false prophecy? He woke up in the middle of the night, some night. He went deliberately to the temple, which they must have done on a regular basis. They all knew each other well enough to know where each person was from. They knew each other quite well. And he makes this prophecy in front of the priests and all the people. And you notice how gracious Jeremiah was to him. He didn't just rebuke him immediately, because Jeremiah didn't have a word at the moment. And he said, "Amen, may it be so." Kind of like, let this cup pass, right? Because what was the context of this whole setting that they were in? They'd already been invaded. Many people had already been carried away captive. They were hoping that the Lord would intervene somehow, some way, right? So, and then it says that Jeremiah came back and said that you have caused the people to trust in a lie. Do we see any examples of that in modern times? So it was a serious thing that happened here. So Jeremiah went home and he prayed about it, and 10 days later, the Lord gives him a word to go back. He wasn't hasty. Finally, he got the word and he went back. And again, these people all knew each other at the time, and he had to say that because you caused the prophecy to lie and caused the people to believe in a lie, now you will die for it. And he did. So this is the hinge point of the book of Jeremiah. It's one of the best examples in the book of a false prophet. An otherwise reasonable seeming person. Everybody again knew him. And yet something prompted him to speak in the name of the Lord, and he was completely wrong. And he was held accountable for it.
I noticed that every point in particular, he was correct. It happened exactly as he said, except for the timing. Everything else that he said came to pass.
Except for the timing.
Except for the timing.
And the Lord knows the times before appointed in the bounds of their habitation. Doesn't he? Every ethnic group that's ever existed and the bounds of their habitation are known by the Lord, including our own country. Is that a little better? All right, let's see if I can work this around. The title of the talk today is False Prophets. And I'm going to start off with this verse from Ephesians. Redeeming the time because the days are evil. Who among you is a Greek, reads Greek well enough to read that word? Porneo. What does that sound like? We have a word that sounds a little bit like it in our modern English vocabulary. Porneo. Pornography. The times that we live in are as evil and obscene as pornography. The world that we live in. And I would say that bears out, doesn't it, in the things that we are seeing in these days. Redeem the time, for the days are pornographic, you could almost say. And then the word for redeem is exaggerazo, means to buy up. Remember the parable of the pearl? to ransom, reclaim, redeem, and or rescue from loss. How are we going to rescue these days from loss? What will it require for us? To abide in Him in the midst of porneo. Over the years that I've known you, there's one simple word that I've always used whenever any of you ever ask me, how should we pray for you? Does someone like to remind us what that word was?
Integrity.
That's right. All the years you've ever known me, I've always said the same thing. Because I was standing in the midst of porneo, and I knew it. And I knew that I wouldn't be able to survive it without integrity. And integrity means more than just resisting temptation to, let's say, steal something. Integrity in the original Greek means whole and entire, complete. If we're going to be in warfare, we need to be whole and entire and complete. And we are in warfare, aren't we?
Amen.
It's what I call secret indulgences. Well, we have needs. We allow ourselves to do things that the adversary will target, and he will be unrelenting. He will aim and shoot at that one place incessantly if you leave it open. And since we're trespassing on enemy territory by the command of our coming king, our adversary has legal right to shoot at us because we're operating in the kingdom of darkness. That's what we're called to do, to be supernaturally armed warriors operating, trespassing behind enemy lines to recover those who are wounded through, lying half dead on the battlefield, while we're taking incoming fire the whole time. Because the enemy, the adversary, can see us from 10 miles away. Why? Because you are a light unto my feet. I used to envision that as though I was holding a candle and kind of inching my way along. But I realized along the way as I entered into deeper spiritual warfare, but that's not exactly how it really is. What will happen to you if you're sticking your arm out? You're going to get it shot off. The light is not something you hold in your hand that you might drop. The light comes from inside of you and out. You are the radiant expression of Him, trespassing in the kingdom of darkness so they can see you from a long ways away. So what would that require in terms of successful warfare? Strategy and tactics, right? Now, this isn't really meant for you to have to read through. It's a point of encouragement. And by the way, the PowerPoint and the notes that I'll be referring to when we do a little bit of reading is available. So you won't have to worry about missing anything because it will be sent out to anybody that wants it. It's all prepared. Basically, this is just the verse that says, lift up your head, for your redemption draws nigh. Remember, we just read, redeem the times. What does redeem mean? We need to get a picture of, we need to, as Paul said, apprehend what we were apprehended for. What does it mean to apprehend what we were apprehended for? It's a beautiful play on words, isn't it? We were caught so that we would catch. We were apprehended. We were stopped short in our tracks so that we would in turn apprehend what we were apprehended for. And what were we apprehended for? To become participants in the kingdom of the soon-to-return King. To represent Him and be transformed into His image so that when He establishes His kingdom, of which there is no end, we will be participants in that. That is the everlasting covenant. When Yeshua went about Galilee beginning to preach and teach the gospel of the kingdom, virtually 100% of the people in the world that are called by the name of the Messiah will acknowledge that the gospel saved them. Right? We agree on that? 100%. A lot less recognize that the gospel also provides an avenue to the gifts of the Holy Spirit. Right? That's a great controversy. Whether or not the gifts even operate in these times, correct? Many believe they don't, even well-versed in the Bible. However, I'm sure we do. Nonetheless, you go from virtually 100% to a much smaller proportion. Now, within that smaller proportion of people that do recognize the gifts of the Spirit, an even smaller proportion realize that the gospel is about the kingdom. Yes, salvation is a byproduct of it, if that's the right word, redemption. So are the gifts of the Spirit. But for what purpose? To establish us in the coming kingdom. That's what it's about. And that everlasting covenant that is discussed, woven through like a golden thread all the way through, is described by Jeremiah and Isaiah and Ezekiel and Amos, Joel, Habakkuk, all of them. And they all talk about the same thing, a coming kingdom. What did the disciples so often ask Jesus when they were walking around? Lord, when are you going to restore? Why did they keep asking him that? We don't ever ask that, do we? It's not a part of our vocabulary, is it? But perhaps it should be. In fact, not perhaps, it should be. Because that mindset is transforming. I promise you. If we all endeavor to comprehend that, to apprehend that concept, it will transform you. It will make you unstoppable, undefeatable. You will stand on a solid foundation and you will look right into eternity. Because once you grasp the concept that there is a real kingdom coming to a real place in a real time among real people, and that we may very well live to see it, and if not, we will still live to be part of it, it transforms your life. Because that is what we're called for. The salvation is just the beginning, not the finality of it. The gifts of the Spirit are the enablers, the catalyst that enables you to become transformed into a worthy representative of the coming King. And in that time, when the kingdom is established, we will literally operate in the full gifts of the Holy Spirit, and we will literally be able to touch people and impart to them healing and, if you will, justice. Because we're going to represent the King. We won't be opposed like we are now because we're operating in enemy territory, the kingdom of this world. And he gives it to whomever he will, right? With principalities and powers and spiritual wickedness in high places, all an extension of the everlasting hatred. Ezekiel 35, that is opposed, since Leviathan or Behemoth, maybe one of you can remember which, opposed the very bringing forth of light in the very beginning of the creation. It's been an opposition since the very beginning. So the word here for redemption has to do with deliverance and or riddance, i.e. salvation. Now, the Paraclete. Someone tell me what the Paraclete is. The one who walks alongside. The one is your best friend who will never leave you or forsake you. The one that brings to remembrance all that you've ever been taught, leads and guides you into all truth, and shows you things to come, past, present, and future, all simultaneously in exactly whatever proportion that you need at any given moment in time, which after all is only eternity in disguise. We're walking in the Spirit. The Paraclete is the very nature of the Lord himself. The word Yahweh, the four-letter name of God, is the verb to be. How many knew that? It's a derivative of the verb to be. With every iteration of grammatical iteration that implies, past, present, future, was, is, will be, am, and all those other variants of the verb to be, in addition to the entire concept of existence itself. That's the name of God. And then when you take the first letter, the yod, out of it, or off of it, abbreviated format, and attach it to a verb, it supernaturalizes or eternalizes the verb. Like Shua, Yahshua. It means the eternal God who is our Creator has become, will become, and into eternity is salvation. It supernaturalizes or eternalizes the verb. So anytime you attach the name of the Lord to a verb, it supernaturalizes it. So the Paraclete, it says, lift up your head. Have you ever noticed how you tend to walk in a natural state? You don't walk with your head up. You tend to look down. So the Paraclete comes alongside of you and says, Andrew, Phil, Mark, all of us, lift up your head. Your redemption draws nigh. Look to the far horizon. The reason for all this violence and chaos that's swirling around you like a vortex is because the King is coming back. Your redemption draws nigh. And once you grasp that, nothing can stop you. Like Stephen. What was he doing when he was in process of being stoned? Looking into the kingdom. The Paraclete said to him at that time, lift up your head, for your redemption draws nigh. Would you all agree that this can be a transforming concept? I wanted to put that because there is a tendency for us to be either afraid, fearful, or angry. In my world that I just recently retired from, law enforcement, cops tend to get angry when they see things that are wrong. Same with military. Other people tend to become afraid because this is serious events that we're talking about. But according to the Bible, we're not authorized to respond to the threats we see, the violence around us, the everlasting hatred, with either one. So what does that leave us? For what is without the gates at the end of Revelation? The fearful and the unbelieving. What are they afraid of? I suggest they're afraid of loss, like the rich young ruler, who knew that what the Lord said to him was good, but he went away what? Sorrowful. Because why? That's right. It was loss. We're afraid of loss. And if you take a vow either to the Lord or to your country, and then violate that for the sake of security, what will happen to you? You lose both. You lose your integrity and your security. So these are some verses regarding the times that we live in, what will happen to us as we venture through this life, and it has to do partly with false prophets. Midst of wolves, you have to be wise as serpents. We hear that, or harmless as doves, quite often, but we don't usually hear them put together. Don't forget when you're harmless as the dove that you also need to be wise as a serpent. It's a paradox, which is virtually everything in the Bible is a paradox. But beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the Sanhedrin. That's Jeremiah in some cases. And they will scourge you in your synagogue for doing what? speaking the gospel of the coming kingdom. And you will be brought before governors and kings for my sake, for a testimony against them and the nations. Brother Phil talked about this morning Jeremiah as a prophet to the nations, right? So that we may no longer be children, infants, tossed to and fro and carried about by every wind of doctrine, in the dishonesty of men and cunning craftiness to the wiles of deceit. These are just different expressions of false prophets. Are we being tossed to and fro? I say we are more than we should be. And I also maintain that if we recognize the coming kingdom, that we will be tossed to and fro much less going forward than we have been heretofore. The Spirit expressly says that in latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and teachings of demons, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having been seared in their own conscience. This sounds kind of like what happened to the false prophet in Jeremiah, doesn't it? Latter times. So the closer we get to that, who calls it the funnel?
The big squeeze.
The big squeeze. The closer we get to the big squeeze, the more these principalities and powers are going to be expressed. And I think we all have seen some indications of that, right? More so each year. Questions? These are rhetorical, and I'm going to have some verses. Again, I have all of it written out, and so rather than try to furiously write them all down, I wanted to try to make Jeremiah real, i.e., what if he was alive today? What was it like to be Jeremiah? If he were here today, who would he be speaking to? What would the situation be if Jeremiah were here today? Did he tell his people things that they already knew? Did he tell his people things they did not want to hear? And going back to the earlier one, should we also add not only did that they already knew, or perhaps that they should have known? That should have been completely obvious. What does it mean that Jeremiah lived among his own people? And was Jeremiah a prophet to the nations? And the sad consequences of false prophecy and betrayal. I've been listening all day, and what I've tried to do is incorporate components of what I've heard through the days since yesterday into this presentation to help reiterate and reinforce some of the points that have been made by our brethren earlier. So for the first one, what was it like to be Jeremiah? Well, the Lord said to him in Jeremiah 1:17, "As for you, get ready." That's ekklesia in Greek, to be summoned, which is what we've used for the word church. It was a Roman secular political term. Paul took it and supernaturalized it. Everybody knew what to be summoned, to be ekklesia meant then. And he took it and magnified it into the kingdom. You have been summoned by name, specifically. They know where you live and they know who you are, and they come and they say, you have been summoned to appear before the Senate. Stand up and tell them everything that I've commanded you. Don't be frightened as you face them, or I will frighten you in front of them. As for me, I'm making you a fortified city, an iron pillar, and a bronze wall against the whole land, against the kings of Judah, its princes, its priests, and people. This is everybody. What does it mean to be made an iron pillar and a wall of brass? What does that imply? Fierce warfare. In modern terms, it would be artillery. A constant barrage of artillery bouncing off these walls. Like that Independence Day movie where the aliens come with the big spaceship and they have that force field and all those missiles just disappear into the force field. They will fight against you, but they won't prevail, because I am with you, declares the Lord, to deliver you. This is not going to be easy. They're not going to accept what you say. They're going to fight you. I'm telling you right up front, they're going to oppose you. This was contrary to his nature. There was a day where he wasn't Jeremiah the prophet, and then the next day he was. Everything changed in a moment of time. How many times have we seen that in our own life? An immediate change. Now, meanwhile, like Joseph in prison, Jeremiah said, should good be repaid with evil? The great eternal question, right? Yet they have dug a pit to take my life. Remember, Zachor, remember, I stood before you and spoke good on their behalf. I tried to help them, and they're trying to kill me, in order to turn your wrath away from them. So just like Joseph said to the baker and the cupbearer, by the way, when you go before Pharaoh, remind him I'm still here. Was he out of the will of the Lord for wanting to be freed from prison? No, it was normal. If Jeremiah was here today, who would he be speaking to? Well, we've already derived that he's going to be speaking to the whole house of Jacob and to the families of the house of Israel. Very specific. That's Jeremiah 2:4. And then in Jeremiah 28:1, in the beginning of the reign of Zedekiah, in the 4th year, in the 5th month, lines, signs, and times, the Lord really is precise. The son of Azur, the prophet of Gibeon, this is the one where he false prophesied, spoke to me in the house of the Lord, in the presence of the priests and of all the people. This is a public thing. Jeremiah wasn't broadcasting from a bunker deep underground. He was in broad daylight. And then the king himself sat in the winter house. This is the time of Hanukkah, with the burning fire pan, and as he was being read the scribe, he started cutting it in pieces and throwing it into the fire. Do we see anything parallel to that today? Yeah, the cutting of the Constitution and throwing it into the fire. We will ignore that. We know better. Yet the king and all his servants who heard these words were not afraid, nor did they tear their garments. It didn't even faze them. You're talking about a country that was just virtually destroyed by a foreign power, and still they're not grasping it. But Elnathan and Deliah and Gemara had pleaded with the king that he should not burn the scroll, but he would not hear him. So there were people in the king's house who understood the times. And the king commanded Jerahmeel, the son of Hamelech, and Sarai, the son of Azriel, and so on, to seize Baruch the scribe and Jeremiah the prophet. But the Lord hid them. So, the answer to who would he be speaking to today was everybody, right? Including the Congress, to put it in an American context, the White House, the Congress. He'd be speaking in public. He'd be going to the synagogues and the churches. He would be going to every branch of society and telling them the same thing. Did Jeremiah tell them things that they already knew? Yes, it was known by all the nations that the Babylonians were advancing toward the south into Israel. Remarkably enough, just like in the Middle East today. The same places, the same people, the same lands, everything's the same. This is a place of perpetual warfare. The Prince of Persia, the one that opposed Daniel, this is the center of his power. I believe it goes all the way back to Babylon. He's been opposing the revelation since the very beginning. How long was it that Daniel prayed before the angel came and answered his prayer? Was it 21 days? Mm-hmm. Those principalities and powers are still there today, attached like an anchor to that area of the world. And that's where it's going to culminate too. This is the stage where the great drama will be played out. Did Jeremiah tell them things that they didn't want to hear? Absolutely. I am forming an evil against you and devising a plan against you. Each one turn from his evil way and make your ways and your doings good. Abundant opportunities to respond. I'll cause them to eat the flesh of their sons and daughters. Now, how would you like to have to deliver that message? And people will eat the flesh of their neighbors in the siege and in the distress to which their enemies and those seeking their lives will subject them. This is concentrated warfare here we're talking. You know, in the contrasting covenants in Isaiah 28:15 through 18, there's the covenant of death and hell. Basically, in paraphrasing in modern languages, we've made an agreement with death. We're good. It won't come to us. We're going to be exempt from those consequences. But the verb in there is just that your covenant with death and hell will be annulled, and you're going to be crushed into the ground like a snail being run over by a car. It's a very violent verb. Absolute desolation. When the overflowing scourge sweeps away the refuge of lies. What does it mean that Jeremiah lived among his own people? This is a really fascinating aspect. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, gave orders concerning Jeremiah. Now, how in the world did Nebuchadnezzar know about Jeremiah? Nobody in his own country hears him, but Nebuchadnezzar does. No prophet is without honor except... And he threw Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard. Take him, look after him, and don't do anything to harm him. Rather, do for him whatever he tells you. Does sound a little bit like Joseph. So Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, and another high official, and all the officials of the king of Babylon sent for Jeremiah. Yes, sir, will do. Immediate orders. Comply. They had Jeremiah taken out of the temple yard where he had been under the guard of the king of Judah. So they did catch him finally. They turned Jeremiah over to Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam. You know who Gedaliah was? He was the person that was designated to oversee the land of Judah by the king Nebuchadnezzar. Gedaliah had orders to take Jeremiah back home. So Jeremiah was taken home and he stayed among or in the midst of his own people. What does that mean? Well, it means a lot of things. Among other, he wasn't aloof. He wasn't separated. He had family ties. He had people that loved him. He was just an ordinary guy. Just like another prophet that came along a little later who loved the company of people. Did not want to be separated from family and friends, but preferred to dwell among them. Jeremiah was entirely normal in the best sense of that word. Just like us, is the point. Was Jeremiah a prophet to the nations? Yes, he was. Jeremiah 1:10, I have set you this day over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out, pull down, destroy, throw down, to build, and to plant. The Lord is doing a lot here, simultaneously. Building up and tearing down. Like a house, you can burn it up and you can burn it down. And meanwhile, a really curious passage in Jeremiah 39, while the guards were watching Jeremiah in the temple yard, a message from the Lord came to him. This was the message. Jeremiah, go and tell Ebed-Melech, the servant of the king, the Ethiopian, this message. Another Ethiopian, like in the gospel. It sounds to me like there was an ongoing interchange from these people. This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of the people of Israel, says. Very soon I will make my messages about this city of Jerusalem to come true. My messages will come true through disaster, not peace. Not through something good. You will see everything come true with your own eyes. But I will save you on that day, Ebed-Melech. This is the message from the Lord. You will not be given to the people that you are afraid of. I will save you, Ebed-Melech. You will not die from a sword, but you will escape and live. This will happen because you have trusted in me. Who was this guy from Ethiopia that apparently understood the times, didn't he? What an interesting story. Jeremiah 40, verse 1. This is the message that came to Jeremiah from the Lord after Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, had released him from Ramah, when he was bound in chains along with all the exiles from Jerusalem and Judah who were being taken into exile in Babylon. They were staged for deportation. Jeremiah was among them. The captain of the guard took Jeremiah and told him, listen to this, the Lord your God has predicted this disaster on this place. Now, how did a Babylonian have the discernment and the wherewithal to go find Jeremiah and tell him, your Lord has predicted a disaster on this place? How is it that they understood it and knew it, but his own people didn't? So was he a prophet to the nations? Yep. And then the last part, the sad consequences of false prophecy and betrayal. To me, Margaret mentioned earlier the saddest verse in the Bible to him. To me, this is the saddest verse. Jeremiah 40, verse 11. All the Judeans who were in Moab, those with the people in Ammon, those in Edom, and those in all the other countries also heard that the king of Babylon had left a remnant for Judah, and that he had appointed Ahikam's son Gedaliah, the grandson of Shaphan, over them. The word got out to these people that escaped the violence in the land, who were in Edom and Moab and Ammon. Does anybody know where those countries are today, or those places? What's the capital of Jordan? Ammon. Where is Edom? Same region. It's northern, it's the area right around the Gulf of Eilat, plus part of the West Bank. And where is Moab? Up north above, includes the Golan Heights of today. They fled there. They survived that. They hear that there's a new appointed king. So they come back. And all the Judeans returned from all the countries where they had been scattered. They came to the land of Judah, to Gedaliah at Mizpah. Remember what Mizpah means? Witness. And they gathered wine and summer fruit in great abundance. The Lord blessed them with a supernatural harvest. What a better indicator of his pending provision for them. Then Kareah's son named Jonathan, and all the leaders of the forces who were in the field came to Gedaliah at Mizpah. So not only are the refugees returning, but the military guys are coming out of the field, and they're all gathering at Mizpah. Witness, which is going to be even sadder when we hear what happens. They told him, are you aware that Baalis, the king of the people of Ammon, has sent Nethaniah's son Ishmael to take your life? But Ahikam's son Gedaliah did not believe them. He's a good guy. We have engagement and dialogue. We eat together. We're friends. We're buddies. Then Kareah's son Jonathan spoke privately to Gedaliah at Mizpah. Let me go kill Nethaniah's son Ishmael, and no one will know. Why should he take your life? Otherwise, all the Judeans who have gathered around you will be scattered, and the remnant of Judah will perish. Remember, through the Bible, there's a thread woven of the implacable hatred of the Edomites and the Ammonites toward the children of Israel. They weren't satisfied while there was a single survivor left. Does anybody happen to hear what Haney said recently vis-a-vis Israelis, Jewish people? They will not be satisfied as long as there's one breathing Jew on the face of the earth. Sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it? Why should he take your life? Ahikam's son Gedaliah replied to Kareah's son Jonathan, don't do this. You're lying about Ishmael. We have a peace agreement. He's already promised. Sound familiar? We are going to have peace in our time. They're reliable. I believe him. Kareah's son Jonathan and all the military leaders who were with him heard about all the terrible things. So what do you suppose happened? Ishmael killed Gedaliah. And they took off with all the survivors that had come back from Moab, Ammon, and Edom. Now they're back in captivity again. And Nethaniah chases them, and they took all the men and went to fight Nethaniah's son Ishmael, and they found him at the large pool that is at Gibeon. Has anybody been to that pool? It's in the Jezreel Valley. When all the people who were with Ishmael saw Kareah's son Jonathan and all the military leaders who were with him, they were very glad. All the people whom Ishmael had taken captive from Mizpah turned around and went back to Kareah's son Jonathan. But Nethaniah's son Ishmael and 8 other men escaped and went to the Ammonites. Kareah's son Jonathan and all the military leaders who were with him took all the rest of the people back from Mizpah, whom he had rescued after Nethaniah's son Ishmael had killed Gedaliah. They took them all back. They traveled and stopped at Geruth Shimham near Bethlehem on their way to where? Egypt. Because of the Chaldeans. And they were afraid of the Chaldeans because Ishmael had killed Gedaliah, who the king of Babylon had appointed. Now they come and they ask Jeremiah, said, please listen to what we have to ask of you. Pray to the Lord your God for us and for all these survivors. Indeed, only a few of us remain out of the many, as you can see. 10 days later, the Lord comes back with the word. He said, if you will remain in this land, I will build you up and not pull you down. I will plant you and not uproot you, for I am sorry about the disaster I've brought on you. Don't be afraid of the king of Babylon. Don't fear him, because I am with you to save you and deliver you from his control. And he goes on, but they reject what he says. And the very guy that had just saved them misled them and took them all down into Egypt, and not a single one of them survived after all that they had gone through. And this is all as an illustration of the sad consequence of false prophecy and betrayal. Lo here, lo there. What did Jesus say about the returning Messiah? And he told them, I am watching over them to bring disaster rather than good. Every person of Judah in the land of Egypt will be brought to an end by the sword and famine until they're completely gone. After all that, it still wasn't enough for them to be able to hear what Jeremiah had said, and they all perished. So those are the rhetorical questions, and I hope that it helps us kind of put in context what it would be like in modern times if we had a prophet like Jeremiah. So what are some of the greatest false prophecies since the cross? And I say since the cross, since the Pentecost, I could have put, since the outpouring of the Holy Spirit, when we should have known better, let's say, when we should have been able to see more clearly with discernment the nature of the conflict that we're involved with, the reason for the Holy Spirit, the everlasting covenant, and so on, all the above. So what are some of them? Well, the first one, 1,800 years of replacement theology. Incalculable violence has been done to the people of Israel because of replacement theology. Basically, the idea is they have been rejected from God. They are no longer qualified to participate in the covenants. If there is an everlasting covenant, they have been replaced. Therefore, We will do God a service and chase him to the uttermost corners of the world. But the great sad irony of this is that on the day of judgment, when the Lord's feet stand on the Mount of Olives and he sets up his throne and he separates the goats from the sheep, what will be the standard of measurement for the nations? As you have done unto the least of these my brethren, you have done unto me. You say you know me. If you say that you know me, how is it you killed my own brethren and sister? How can you possibly say that you knew me when you killed the people of my own household? Impossible. And if he's standing on the Mount of Olives and he says, and the goats will go to the right, anybody been on the Mount of Olives? What's right around the corner if you're pointing to the right? Gehenna. Gehenna. So everybody there knew intuitively when the Lord went, they're going to go to the right, this way, they're going to the place. And the other ones, the sheep, are going to go to the north. And what does that imply? On the city of the great king. A lot of symbolism there. And the common word. Does anybody know what the common word is? Would you like to tell us what the common word is?
Well, I saw the document on why it was produced by 60 Islamic scholars.
Mm-hmm.
And it was essentially addressed to church leaders around the world, of the church, yeah. And inviting them to join in basically the common word being, we both share in these two things, love God and love your neighbor. So let's get together for the sake of the world. Our two blocks represent, we can't be at odds with each other. We need to get together because we agree on these essential things. Mm-hmm. And the response has been overwhelmingly positive as far as I can see.
Right. Not even the merest bit of what I call natural curiosity to where this term, even common word, comes from. It's from the Quran. And it's basically said, let us make a covenant to agree to worship the same God. That we will submit ourselves to Allah. People that are very well known in the evangelical community have signed this. Do you realize that in order to have a common dialogue with Islam, there's one major thing you have to deny? Does anybody know what that is?
The deity of Jesus. The deity of Jesus.
First and foremost, it's the crucifixion. And what did Paul say? If there was no resurrection from the dead, we are of all men most miserable. We really are fools. If we believe this, then there's really it didn't really happen. You cannot have a common word dialogue when you agree to deny the most central component of the new covenant. It's impossible. But to do it implies what? An abject rejection of even minimal responsibility, theologically. Right? I can't possibly go into business with you if I know you work for the mafia, if I'm a man of ethics, right? But to do it, I make a conscious decision that I'm going to become part of what you do. The common word. It's very, very destructive. And there's another aspect of it too. There's a notable group missing from this common word dialogue between Islam and Christianity.
Jesus.
That's right. So what does it assume from the side of Islam that the Christians are going to do when they enter into this common word dialogue? Treat the Jewish people exactly the same way as Islam. After all, we agree. These people have been rejected by God. Islam teaches they have a new covenant that replaces both Christianity and Judaism. Right? Whereas replacement theology teaches that the ecclesia, the church, is now superseded Israel. So in that respect, you have a convergence of the two most destructive demonic influences that have ever existed in the history of the earth, maybe except for somebody like Nimrod, who was the first one to establish religion by force on people that has ever existed in the world. And to not even have the most basic amount of discernment, that's terrifying to me. Another one is the prosperity doctrine. That's starting to stretch a little thin, isn't it? Wouldn't you say in these days? That if you are depending on the stock market, your theology is going to be a little wobbly right now, isn't it? And as far as the question I get quite a bit, which is, in these end times, what should we do to prepare? I have a very simple answer, and I believe it will hold water. And that is, the best thing that you can do to prepare for the end time is become friends with everybody in this room. Because you're not going to survive it materially. You're only going to survive it through relationships. That's it. Now, if you have a particular calling and you do it for the sake of not only for yourself but the benefit of others, make sure your heart is right about it. But nonetheless, the best thing you can do is to build up relationships. Who kept the prophets in the cave and fed them bread and water? You think they were prepped for that? Probably not. And the last one is the escape theology. Does anybody want to try to read that one? It's a great word, by the way. Flipsis. Yep, exactly right. What does flipsis megale mean? Flipsis is that, remind me again, not funnel. The squeeze point, the great squeeze, that's exactly what flipsis means. That is Jacob's trouble in Greek. It's the great squeezing. Flipsis means, translated quite often, tribulation in the New Testament, but it literally means to be pushed into a corner with no room to maneuver. That's what it means. In this world you will have much flipsis, but don't be afraid, I have overcome the world. And megala is just like mega. We use the word in English a lot. It's the big flipsis. Escape theology, I use that instead of the term pre, mid, or post-tribulation. Rapture theology, because it's all essentially an escape theology. My opinion is, vis-a-vis that, is that this is coming up to be the bride's finest hour. Not an escape theology, just the opposite. The word for relentless in Greek is, or Latin, is venatus. In venatus veritas is my motto. It means in relentless pursuit of the truth. And it means to charge after relentlessly. That's what we're called to do. Not withdrawal. The gates of hell will not prevail against it. We just crash right into them. Amen. That's what we're called to do. If we withdraw now, we're going to miss our greatest opportunity. We need to recognize that what we're apprehended for is to become a warrior. And the word for that is soterion, which means healing warrior. You bring soterios to those who are wounded. Why are the feet of him who is on the mountains, who brings salvation, why are they beautiful? Has anyone ever thought about that? What makes those feet so beautiful in particular? My premise is, if you're wounded half dead on the battlefield, laying down, what is the first thing you're going to see when somebody comes up on you? And they lean over you like the paraclete. By the way, therapy in Greek means to hover over. You come up as a healing warrior. You pick this person up off the battlefield and bring him out and help him recover till he's strong enough to put on the armor of God and go back in and do the same thing. When you're laying half dead on the battlefield and you see somebody's feet by you, those feet are beautiful because intuitively you recognize, I came to save you. and I lean over you and I pick you up and I carry you off. That's what we're called for. How are we going to do that if we're withdrawing? We have virtually no comprehension of what spiritual warfare is really about at all. Because why? Based on what I've been talking about so far, what is the reason why we don't grasp what spiritual warfare is? Why? Because we don't understand the kingdom. We don't actually believe it. I say we with a capital W, not necessarily us per se, just in general. We're like a horse with a blinder on one eye. We've got a partial picture, but not the entire picture. We really never quite comprehended the reason why we're in this battle. Why did Jeremiah have the strength to stand up against the people and the king and the priests and everyone? Because he saw the coming king. He talked about the new covenant that was coming, where the law would be written on your heart. That's what we're fighting for. That's what we're standing up for. So, the great thlipsis, the great tribulation, we're called to be part of it, not escape it. To be more than conquerors. Like I said, once you grasp this, you become unmovable, resolute. What does false prophecy look like in the world we live in today? Just like the premise of the everlasting covenant, just another rhetorical question, do we really believe that the everlasting covenant is still in effect? Or is it some outdated notion that's been replaced by modern technology and the cultural forces of culture? Does the everlasting covenant still exist? We really do need to come to terms with that. Because if it does, and because it represents the coming kingdom, again, it will transform your entire life. It will give you a sense of purpose and octane that you've never had before. Power, dunamos, right? So what does a false prophecy look like in the world that we live in today? First of all, is there such a thing in the world we live in today? If it were false, how would you gauge it? How are we going to keep ourselves from being deceived? When we live in a pornographic world, how are we going to keep ourselves from being deceived? What standard are we going to use to make sure we're standing on a good, solid foundation? What will it be? Well, yes, the Word, but what is the overriding message of the gospel of the
Kingdom.
It has to do with the kingdom. If it's opposed to the kingdom or refuses to recognize the kingdom, false doctrine. Run as fast as you can. Does Babylon stand for the everlasting covenant? No. Babylon opposes everything there is regarding the everlasting covenant, doesn't it? So let's look at...
Just keeping myself oriented, you're meaning the kingdom as the kingdom of Jesus coming to literally reign on earth, right?
That one right there.
Because there's lots of people in the church that talk about a kingdom in a different sense.
No, I mean
right?
the restored kingdom of Messiah, the Son of David, on a throne in the mountains that are of Jerusalem, that's lifted above all other mountains, whose government will be established without end.
Right.
That's the kingdom I
So then false prophecy may be emanating from the church.
Right.
Quote unquote.
Yeah, if they don't I don't care who they are. If they don't recognize the everlasting covenant and what that actually means, it's false doctrine. Period. AKA false prophecy. Because what is the testimony of Jesus? The spirit of prophecy. If you're representing him, you will be prophetic in everything that you do. You will say to a person before you even think about it, you are X, Y, and Z, and they will nod their head. How did you know? Because I am testifying to you about the Lord, and the testimony of Jesus is the spirit of prophecy. I will talk right into your life.
Amen.
That's the gift we have.
That's right.
And that we will exercise those gifts in full strength when the kingdom is established. Remember when we went over Zechariah either last year or the year before? What was going to happen in chapter 14 after all the wars and all the nations were over with? What's going to happen? The nations are going to come up to Jerusalem to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles. How are they going to get there? We'll be helping them, among other things. And what happens if they choose not to? You don't want to celebrate Thanksgiving? Fine. You don't have to worry about it because you won't have anything to celebrate. Maybe next year you'll change your mind. So, some of the false prophecies. This map here shows you 138 countries that voted in favor of the Palestinian state, 41 who abstained, and 9 that voted against it, which is the good thing. This was November 29th, 2012. We're only 15 now, about 3 years ago. 65 years after the passing of the partition plan for Palestine. They voted by a huge majority to recognize Palestine with the 67 borders as a non-member state with observer status. 138 for it, 41 abstained, which you may as well vote for it, and 9 against. Canada, go Canada. Czech Republic, why do you suppose they voted against it? Because they've been divided themselves and they still remember it. What happened in 1968? Israel, Marshall Islands, Micronesia, Nauru. Anybody want to tell me where Nauru is? Palau, Panama, and the USA. Half the countries that vote for it are little tiny countries in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. All the rest of the world voted for it. Kind of similar to what I'm going to show you in a minute. Now here's what Mahmoud Abbas said about it. The support of the countries of the world is a victory for truth, freedom, justice, law, international legitimacy. Provides tremendous support for the peace option and enhances the chances of success of the negotiations. Your support for the establishment of the State of Palestine and its mission to the UN as a full member is the greatest contribution to peacemaking in the Holy Land. Is that true or false? That sounds like the guy in Jeremiah, doesn't it?
False prophet.
Now, 3 years ago, was he right? Based from 3 years ago, that's before the Syria war started, or right about the time it was just beginning. Is what he said true? Not hardly. Is that in support of or opposition to the everlasting covenant? Opposition. Right. But this is a precursor of what kind of dynamics are going to occur, is what I call the balloon. It's going to get bigger and bigger. And this is exactly the kind of thing you're going to see when the spark is finally lit. They will be in their minds reasoning, imagining a vain thing, setting themselves against who? The Lord and His anointed, taking counsel together against the Lord. Right? The Lord, the anointed, and the land, the threefold cord of the covenant which cannot be broken. The Lord, the land, and the anointed. Who are the anointed ones? The people of the covenant.
People of the kingdom.
And here's what it looks like in real life. The UN, November 29th, the UN votes for Palestinian statehood. And that is from Psalm 2, and it says, the kings of the earth stand up, and the rulers take counsel together. If you go through Psalm 2 and you tease out all the verbs and all the adjectives, you find out that all the intellectual and physical strength of the nations of the world is deliberately and intentionally focused on breaking the cords of this covenant. I put a little star up there by Yahad, because I believe Brother Phil said something about Hine Mato Humanaim Shevet Achim Gam Yahad. Right there. There's the anti-version of brethren dwelling together in unity. The world is also in unity, according to Psalm 2. Yahad, exactly the same word. Unified in what? Their opposition. their everlasting hatred, eternal hatred. So there you have the dark and the light, right there in front of us in real life. Again, do we actually believe in real time in 2015, on August 20, whatever it is today, that the everlasting covenant is real? Yes or no? Because if it is, that is what? False prophecy. That is demonic. Now this here says Palestinian authorities confident on the UN vote forcing Israel to withdraw from the West Bank by year's end. That's October of 2014. This is 2 years later, almost. The heathen are raging, the goyim, and the people are imagining a vain thing. The kings of the earth set themselves and the rulers take counsel together. I'm just following one thread of one particular avenue of attack through a few sequences up until right now. They continue imagining a vain thing. That's 2 years later. Here's July 15, 2015. How long ago is that? A month. Iran nuclear deal. 99% of the world agrees, says Obama. Critics of the nuclear agreement with Iran are at odds with 99% of the world and the majority of nuclear experts, said President Obama. Okay, is he right? Mathematically, it's impossible that it would be 99%. But that aside, let's say that he was right. Then what's the natural next question? This is going to be an exercise in discernment. What is the natural next question?
Who are they?
Who are the 1%? Okay, who are the 1%? The people of the anointed ones. Those pesky Israelis and those pesky
Believers,
Christian
part of the kingdom.
grafted in branches, and let's toss in a few Republicans for good measure. So, who's right? Is that in opposition to the covenant? Do you think that if they really, let's give people like Jeremiah said, would it be true? Amen. Let it be true. However, if it's in opposition to the covenant, then what is that?
False.
False. Again, this is an exercise in discernment. We need to learn to look at what we're actually seeing, and analyze it in light of what? How are we going to put things in perspective in this swirling vortex of deceit and pornography that we live in? What standard are we going to use?
Light into our path and the light.
Exactly. How are we going to keep ourselves from being deceived and biting and chomping on one another, or arguing over theology? It's really not that complicated. Every single prophet from the beginning to now all talked about the same thing. The coming kingdom, the restored kingdom. Abraham saw the horror of great darkness, the future of his people, to the utmost horizon. But before he saw the horror of great darkness, he saw the stars in the sky. He knew that no matter what happened after that initial revelation of the promise, that the Lord would be faithful to keep his promise, no matter what strange or intervening circumstances happened to come. Daniel saw the future of his people too, didn't he? And what happened to him after he had the vision? It made him sick. Another prophet, when he was coming down from the Mount of Olives, when he looked over the city of Jerusalem, what happened? He burst out in uncontrollable sobbing. Why? Oh, Jerusalem, if you had only knew. They all saw the violence, the tohu vabohu, the void and without form. But they also all saw the restored kingdom, the throne of David, the promises. Again, do we really believe that? We have to. if we're going to survive. And UN endorses Iran deal, paves way to lift sanctions. That's July 20th. Now, this is a really intriguing picture. What is she so happy about? The UN passed the deal. Not only did U.S. endorse it, we have peace in our time, but the UN came in right behind them and basically superseded Congress and will make it a binding declaration. So in a sense, it doesn't really matter what the U.S. Congress does. Nonetheless, as Carolyn Glick, some of you read the Jerusalem Post, said about 2 weeks ago when I was in D.C., it never hurts to stand up for what you believe in. What a modest, understated way of putting, let's fight for what we believe in. She said that 80% of Israelis backed Netanyahu. She said it's unprecedented in the history of Israel that larger proportion of the Israeli population has backed a leader on anything, because they all recognize that Netanyahu is standing up for the survival of their country. You think if she understood the terms of the everlasting covenant, she would look like that? Probably not.
Weeping.
Carrie, trust me. We got to trust him. Just like Gedaliah. He's a good guy, this Ishmael. We're buddies. He told me everything's cool. Iran can't use unfrozen $150 billion for terror operations because the UN said so. The same UN that just voted to establish a Palestinian state. I feel a lot better, don't you? Again, we're talking about, does false prophecy exist in the world we live in today? Iran, we will trample upon America. You can't make this stuff up. Kerry says one day, trust me, Iran cannot use it, and we're buddies. The next day they come out and says we're going to trample upon America. Now you tell me where the disconnect is. Who should you believe, Kerry or them? I think I'll take what they say. I'd rather err on the side of caution, wouldn't you? Especially when what he say is actually prophetic. That's their intention. By the way, it's not an easy thing to say that Iran must rise. But Iran must rise. Offenses must needs come, but woe unto them by whom those offenses come. It's one thing to know this, that this is going to happen prophetically, right? It's entirely another to be part of it. If our leaders were allied with Israel like we were not so long ago, we would simply say we are not going to make any agreement with a country that emphatically insists they're going to destroy not only Israel, but us while they're at it. How do you think the rest of the world sees us? Psycho, Meshugana.
I think I'm a little confused here now. The UN vote of the Palestinian, the UN vote of the Palestinian becoming a state. These are separate from the sanctions being removed.
Yeah, it's a different issue in a sense. I'm using illustrations of putting things in. These are all things that are in a biblical context. These are scenarios that we see coming toward us.
Okay, now I could see their vote override in our Congress on that. Now, supposedly this release, so that Iran can trade once again. If our Congress was to shoot that down, the agreement made by our president, and he threatens to veto that, does UN have the power to oversee that?
Well, the nations of the world are going to basically run right around us anyway. But again, let's paraphrasing Carolyn Glick, it's always a good idea to stand up for what you believe in. It's better to say, no, I won't participate, than it is to just submit passively.
Brother, can I just say something?
Mm-hmm.
I pray we can understand how it's essential that we're looking at this with the spiritual mind. Because it's our tendency to look at it in a political mind. I believe if there ever was a day to to purge ourselves of a political mind, because we won't understand the depth of really what this brother is saying unless we have the spiritual mind, thus having spiritual discernment of what it is he is displaying here. Amen.
Yes.
And you understand how easy it is because we're so prone to think in terms of politics. Oh, there's going to be a king that's going to save us. That's our nature naturally. But we have a king, right? Whose maker is builder. I mean, we're seeking a kingdom whose maker and builder is God. I just wanted to encourage everyone, please, let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus, and in that mind, discern what this brother is saying. This is just very powerful.
See, we would all agree, right, that there will be a sequence of events that will culminate in cataclysmic battles, right? Psalm 83, Obadiah 1, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, Zechariah, and that there will come a time when those battles culminate. That means that in the world that we live in, these events are going to take place. There will be a trajectory, a sequence of events that will be discernible in the world that we live in. This is what we're seeing. If this is just a precursor, a warm-up, you know, the Native American sign language for eternity is this. History does repeat itself, but it also simultaneously moves forward. And that's what we're seeing. Really, these battles and these wars and these conflicts are just the same thing over and over and over again as they gain momentum and speed and intensity until they, like a strike of lightning out of heaven, culminate. Kerry says Iran vowed to defy U.S. is very disturbing. Well, that's a way to stand up for America. It's very disturbing. Now, if that's a wimpy response, then let's make sure that we're not the same way. Boy, that really is. That common word is really disturbing. Boy, that prosperity doctrine is, that escape theology, boy, that's really disturbing. How are we going to prepare ourselves strategically and tactically to oppose those with the wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and grace that we need to do it? We can no longer afford to be children tossed about by every wind of doctrine. We will not survive it if we do. They will push us into a corner and run right over the top of us. We need to have the wisdom of the Lord.
I know it's not essential, but just as a FYI, Kerry's son-in-law is Iranian and some kind of governmental official. I could be corrected on that.
Well, really this whole mess is what Revelation calls a cage of hateful and unclean birds, which is one of the most picturesque allegories in the whole Bible. Just imagine a cage full of just mean, ugly birds just pecking on you. All their feathers are pulled out, and it's a cage of hateful and unclean birds, principalities, powers, and spiritual wickedness in high places. And Kerry, Israeli strike on Iran would be a huge mistake. For who? These guys just don't get it. They don't stop. Why do the heathen rage, the goyim rage, and the people imagine a vain thing? This is vanity. But it's not a joke. It's dangerous. We basically had negotiated with Iran the way we did with the Russians, which is MAD. Somebody want to tell us what MAD is? We're assuming they're reasonable. While we simultaneously tell the Israelis, don't worry, they have an MAD worldview. They wouldn't possibly destroy themselves. They don't have an MAD worldview. They have an apocalyptic worldview. And we have the audacity to tell them to ignore what the Iranians say to them, not to mention the Turks and the Syrians and the Iraqis and the Yemenis and everybody else. Because, by the way, the one thing that they have in common, both Sunni and Shia, and all these militias and jihad groups, is that eventually they will come to Jerusalem. And if you don't believe me, you're going to see it in just a minute. U.S. is preparing to push get back against Iran's malignant influence or malign influence. Well, wait a minute. See what I said about Meshuggah, Magdul? They're looking at us like, what happened to these people? It's like one of your relatives becomes a crack addict. What happened to her or him? They went nuts. We don't make any sense in what we say. We say, oh, Carrie, trust me, they're not going to use it. And then 3 days later, they say we're preparing to push back against their malignant influence. Which is it? God is not the author of confusion, but of peace. And at the very least, this is confusion. The Iran deal may lead to U.S. deaths. Now, what the heck is that supposed to mean? See, this is just one sequence, right? This is all within about a week that these statements were made. Obama, Netanyahu's interference in U.S. affairs is unprecedented. See, these words matter, but what do they actually mean? What does he mean it's unprecedented? It's unprecedented for the leader of a country to stand up and defend himself against a clearly stated threat. And dangerous military projects supported by Iran likely to be strengthened as Iran obtains sanction relief. This is coming from the South America. Iran is not just contained in its own borders, it's got influences all over the world. Iran says the nuke deal will help it target Israel. I wonder what they mean by that. It's very subtle, don't you agree? There's probably some nuance to it. It probably doesn't really mean that it will help them target Israel. Hezbollah's TV station reported that Zarif said from Beirut that the nuclear agreement between Tehran and the world powers, doesn't mention America, created a historic opportunity for regional cooperation to fight extremism and face threats posed by the Zionist entity. Right there is that is a formula for cataclysm right there. Now here's the video I was referring to. You can, by the way, the link to this is in the PowerPoint. This is Al-Quds, aka the Temple Mount. And it starts out, you can't even see this guy right here, it's up close, and then it gradually moves backwards. And you have this legion of people, which sounds a lot like the abomination of desolation. When you see the city of Jerusalem surrounded by all these armies, you know the time is nigh. They seem to understand it. And where does all this tohu vabohu end anyway? You know, who knows what tohu vabohu is? Bereshit Elohim borei ha'eretz v'ha shemayim, and it was tohu vabohu, void without form. They still use that phrase today. Your room is a tohu vabohu, a mess, void without form. Where's it all going to end? It's going to end. It's going to look like this. That's real life, guys. That's the streaming. That's the forces that are streaming into Al-Shams. Where is Al-Shams? Al-Shams means the sun. Where's the place the sun rises? Right there. That's why ISIS is called ISIS, because it's the Islamic State of Al-Shams, the sun place where the sun rises, aka Mizrahi. Anybody know Mizrahi Jews? People from the east. This is what it's going to look like when it really happens. Except there's going to be even more arrows. Here is the Gog-Magog alliance, right here. Here's Rosh in the north, othermost parts. Here's Fars, Persia. Here's Kush, Ethiopia. And here's Put, Libya, North Africa. What role have we had in the recent months in setting the table for this scenario, a very active role vis-a-vis our foreign policy. We basically opened the door in all four of these regions by eliminating people like Gaddafi and Morsi. So there is Ezekiel 38 in a, what do you want to call it, preliminary? But that's real life. That's happening now. And you guys have heard me say this before. When I worked with Phil in '97, the Lord gave me this phrase: Israel reveals the hearts of men, and Jerusalem will sift the nations. That pretty well sums it up. Again, at the great throne judgment, the standard will be, how did you treat my brethren? Israel reveals the hearts of men. When Khomeini says we're going to trample and annihilate and destroy and stomp, that sounds a little bit like those creatures in Daniel, doesn't it? Furiously stomping and crashing into and breaking and smashing, right? Sounds just like them. And this is the end of it. Lo yishma od Hamas bi'artseich. And this, the whole world stands on that letter right there. Somebody want to tell me what that letter signifies? Yours. The controversy is already answered. This means not, lo, no. Yishama, that's a double S, so Yishama is Shema Israel. Hear. You will not hear anymore. It's an imperative tense. It means forever. Od, that means forever. Hamas. Hamas means violence. You mentioned Satan today, or Lucifer. Which was that passage? He was violent. You read it? That's Hamas. Satan is Hamas. He literally is. Because the word for violence in Hebrew is Hamas. It means in Arabic zeal. They have a zeal for God, but not according to knowledge. It's remarkable, isn't it? Be'artsech, that's Eretz, Israel. That right there is the word for land. That's be in artsech, your land. Not their land, not somebody else's land, your land. And it will remain that way. The covenant is not based on the faithfulness of Israel. It's based on the faithfulness of God. Because they come back into the land in unbelief. And at a point in certain time, they're going to see him. And then they're going to have a prophetic experience. They're going to see him whom they pierced. And they're going to have a heartbreaking experience that Brother Mark referred to today, when they realize. But it's going to be weeping like Joseph and his brothers, because he's going to be weeping for them too. Because all of the suffering that they endured, he felt it too. He was there the whole time. And he will judge the nations on the way they crushed his people into the ground. Maliciously, malevolently, and violently. Any questions?
Recently I was reading the Jerusalem Post, and just a thing regarding the treaty. Sketchy on the details, but I think it was some kind of nuclear facility that came into question in recent days, and it's brought to light the fact that the treaty contains a provision that permits Iran to inspect itself.
Yep.
So
They're going to be able to inspect their own facilities. That's going to work real well.
We're the only ones who know where they are, though. So that's why they can inspection. They know where they're headed.
The more we hear about it, it's a good thing we voted for it, because now we can find out what's in it. That's what Pelosi said about the health care deal.
Could you speak to, say something about the nation state, politics, Netanyahu, Israel versus eternal covenant Israel of God?
Well, it's just part of the process. I don't know how else to put it. There was an event that not all of us here, but many of us, the 67 war, the 73 war, not all of us here were alive in 48, but pretty close to that time frame. Most of us are in the generation when Israel became a nation once again, against all possible odds. And this is right back to the big argument about replacement theology. Do you believe that this is actually the hand of the Lord is in this or not? Because if it is, then it's a time point for a sequence of events that will lead to the poster on the wall. And it is important that we be the masculine, and we talk about these and we discern and decipher. But on the other hand, if you know macro sense that the king is returning and he will set up his throne in a real place, in a real time, in the land among a real people, then that really sorts out a lot of your theology. You just need to do exactly what Jesus did. Keep your face turned toward Jerusalem. And your theology will essentially fall into line if you do that. And then anything that opposes it along the way becomes quite clear. This is demonic. This is false. We do not want to align ourselves with those who are opposing the everlasting covenant. Because I don't usually deal in specifics. There's two kinds of revelation. There's your altos, personal, the things the Lord shows you, what we call our testimony. That you own. That's what helps you overcome. By the blood of the Lamb and by the word of your testimony. That's what will help you stand. When we were in the fellowship we used to be, I used to have what we call rolling on the floor trials. They were so bad you couldn't stand up. And the only thing you have to hang on to in cases like that is one immutable memory. At a certain point, at a certain time, the Lord revealed himself to me and changed my life. I can't recite psalms, I can't sing songs, I can barely breathe, but there is one thing I do recall at a moment in time. The day spring from on high visited me, and it translated me from the kingdom of darkness into the kingdom of light. That I know. And that might be all you have, clinging to the mast. But that's enough. And I forgot the rest of what I was going to say. Any other questions? Oh, altos, personal. And we all need that. That's our testimony. There's also ecclesia, to the body. And I hope that right now we're having both. That each one of us is receiving, but we also, as a body, as a group, as a Knesset, are also receiving. Because our hope here for this weekend is that what we learn will transform us as individuals, but also help us to recognize that we're part of a mishpocha, a family, that we cannot survive without it. That's why I brought up the thing about Jeremiah. Jeremiah wanted to be with his people. That's how he survived it. Think of Daniel. How did Daniel survive it? He had his buddies, right? They went through everything together. And same with the Lord himself. He had a close circle of friends. If we don't have that, we won't make it. If you don't feel that you have enough friends, then he that is friendly must first show himself what? Start making friends. Start building relationships, because that's what it's all about. That's what it always has been about, and that's what it always will be about, right up into the kingdom. Make an effort, like Phil's always talking about. Go. Any other questions?
I'm here this afternoon with Phil Haney, and it's a real honor and privilege to finally meet you. I have seen many videos done by John Wandalo and other people where they have visited with you, Trevor Loudon and others, and you have quite a story. I would like, if you don't mind, to begin at the beginning. How you came to be with the Department of Homeland Security. Kind of introduce yourself to my audience, if you would, please.
Well, Department of Homeland Security was founded in March of 2003. So I'm a founding member of the agency. We call DHS. And within that umbrella agency, there's 22 different subgroups. And one of mine is Customs and Border Protection. If you travel overseas, you come back either to a land border or an airport or even a seaport, you'll meet my colleagues. The blue uniform with the badge. Welcome to America. What was the purpose of your trip? And then stamp your passport and on you go. That's what I call washing the dishes. Everybody can do that part of the job, but there's lots of other portions of jobs within CBP that have to do with the overall mission, which is protecting our country from terrorism. My particular specialty was interviewing potential terrorists, and we did that in what we call secondary. You go through the line, you have to wait in line with your passport and your papers, and then you finally get up there and you give it to the officer, and he looks at his computer all serious and might ask you, did you bring any fruit and vegetables back with you, or things like that. 95% of the people, right on through, it's normal. But there's a few that, sir, I'd like you to go with my colleague here to secondary. We're going to ask you a few more questions. Well, so then there's that small group that goes to secondary, and within that small group, there are people that are coming from parts of the world that are known to have possible links to terrorism. And those are the ones that I was a specialist in talking to. The reason why is because my first career was entomology, field agricultural entomology. That's bugs. I went to the University of California, Davis, California Agricultural School, and studied entomology. And then I went into the field and I ended up traveling all over the world. And the first crop that I worked in was citrus, oranges and lemons and so on, which are grown in very nice parts of the world, including some in the Middle East, like Israel and Egypt and other parts. So I focused on my career in entomology on the Middle East. And I worked in different foreign countries in that part of the world, started studying the language. I started studying the Quran because I was always interested in theology. I became a believer, a Christian, in November 7th of 1975 and gained a biblical worldview from that point going forward. Became interested in Israel, the Middle East, history, all of that. But I also worked in Muslim countries as well. And I started studying the Quran and strategy and tactics of the global Islamic movement, which at that time, before 9/11, no market value at all. Nobody really cared at all. It was like I might have been studying Klingon or Martian or something, because it just had no market
Wasn't
value
relevant.
until, as I'm sure you're going to guess,
9/11.
And like everybody else in that moment of time, everything changed.
Yes.
And what I had been doing in the visible, meaning my career in entomology, versus what I've been doing in more invisible area, theology and languages and such, switched.
Wow.
And I started focusing on counterterrorism because I had this background in the Middle East, in countries or in that part of the world, and the language and the theology. And I came into the Department of Homeland Security as a founding member there in March of 2003, and immediately started doing intelligence analysis of trends and events that were happening in different parts of the world. And I would write them up, and I would send them up the chain of command. This is what Osama bin Laden was talking about, and this is what Hamas is doing. This is what the Council on American Islamic Relations is doing, and this, and this. And I would send these reports up the chain of command, till finally they said, Mr. Haney, what are we going to do with you? You know, you're an agricultural officer, but you're doing counterterrorism work. We really don't know where to put you. So they assigned me to an intelligence unit, and I started doing intelligence analysis, including what we call targeting of passengers. Every flight that comes into the country has a list of the names of the people. And so you go through them and you check their citizenship, cross-check and see if they might have any, what we call derogatory information. Maybe they have a warrant, any number of possible things. And then you'd have a big list, and then you'd have a little list. And then you would make a record and put them into the system, and now we're all the way back where we started. They would come up on the screen when they're standing in front of you, and there would be a little note, please send to secondary. And that's
Interesting.
where we started. I would be the one that would interview these people. And it turned out that because of my background and familiarity with Islam and the language and so on, that I was really good at it. And eventually, I worked my way right out of the port of Atlanta and right up to the National Targeting Center in Washington, D.C., where I worked it's what I call the secret squirrel headquarters of DHS.
The secret squirrel headquarters. Okay.
Where all the secret squirrels are.
Uh-huh.
It's just like in the movies. There is a big room with really large screens with Fox over here and CNN over there and another channel over there, all going at the same time. And then we would all have a desk about this big with 4 big screens with about 15 programs that we ran, like juggling simultaneously.
Wow.
Real high speed job. Not everybody was cut out to do it. And just like at the port, as I mentioned, that was just the basic job. Then behind that basic job were specialties. And I ended up in what was called the Advanced Targeting Team, which is just exactly that, advanced. And I worked on a case that was called the Tablighi Jamaat Initiative. And in our secret squirrel language, an initiative means it's a global level case.
Okay.
There's a case, that's a person or maybe an organization. There's a project, which might be state or national level.
Okay.
And then there's the initiative, which is the whole world.
Wow. Okay.
And this group, called Tablighi Jamaat, is a global level organization. They originated out of north central India, but it's very similar in orientation to Wahhabi Islam from Saudi Arabia. And they're in fact closely affiliated. When you hear about the Saudis funding madrasas in different parts of the world, in most cases they're funding the Tablighi Jamaat madrasas. So that's the group that I worked on. I had a database of about 1,600 different groups.
Oh, that's a lot.
And in the first 9 months of the case, the initiative, we had 1,200 law enforcement actions, which would mean either refusal of entry into the country, or a revocation of a visa, so you can't come, or a denial of what we call a visa waiver program. Those are the kind of things that I refer to when I say law enforcement action. In other words, we were doing exactly what we're supposed to do, help protect the country from people coming in that shouldn't come in. And on top of that, those 1,200 law enforcement actions, I was actually given a letter, which, by the way, is in the book that I wrote you referred to earlier. See Something, Say Nothing. It's in the back of the book. I was given credit for finding 300 terrorists related to this initiative.
Whoa.
So we had law enforcement actions,
Uh-huh.
we had the finding of these terrorists, and everything was going fine, the way it should, until the State Department one day requests a meeting, which we had, and they came with 7 lawyers. They all came out of one wide van. I happened to be up on the 2nd floor looking down in the parking lot, and they came out. What was like
Oh, my.
It was like Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. 7 guys in suits came out. They all came upstairs. There were 3 SESs, that means senior level executives at the State Department. And they said to us at the National Targeting Center, State Department now talking to the CBP officer, We have concerns about your focus on Tablighi Jamaat because you
Whoa.
may be violating their civil rights and civil liberties or their privacy rights by focusing on their affiliation with this group, Tablighi Jamaat.
Interesting point. So they are outside of the United States, this
They're foreign
group.
nationalists, that's true.
So how can you violate their civil rights?
Well, what was emerging, some of the people listening might have heard, see something, say something. This motto that we hear at the airport, that came out of a program, a policy called Countering Violent Extremism. We call it CVE, where the official position became that essentially terrorism isn't really related to Islam at all, that they're hijacking the peaceful religion, and that if we just work with the moderates and be very careful not to offend them by using terms that they might be upset, like by jihad or Islamic terrorism or Sharia law or these other terms, that we won't see, a number of attacks will go down.
What year would this be? Who would be president at that time?
Well, this case that I worked on, I'm referring to, was started in 2011. The CVE program kind of rose up out of the water like a submarine in early 2008. It was called the Words Matter Memo. That's the first indicator, the first sign that there was this emerging policy. Of course, at the time, they didn't call it Countering Violent Extremism. They didn't say that they were going to be implementing an entire new approach to counterterrorism that wasn't based on law enforcement. It was based on a political, social political narrative.
An
and
agenda?
focus-
An agenda?
An agenda.
Okay.
Focusing on supporting and enforcing civil rights and civil liberties and privacy protection. Yes, that's what you said, foreign nationals. So that was the moment. That was in March of 2012 when this meeting took place between the 7 State Department lawyers and 3 SES executives with personnel from the National Targeting Center, which I was at. I never said a word the whole meeting. In fact, I sat over in the corner. I'm not even sure if they probably realized that I was the one who initially created the case, and that I'd been sent to NTC to work on it, because no one ever addressed me or asked me a single question. However, when I was in high school, back in the late 60s, and my dad gave me a piece of advice. He said, "Philip, I want you to take shorthand." And I took shorthand when I was in high school. And I became really good at it. So during this meeting, I sat and I took notes of the meeting in shorthand.
Whoa.
I never said a word. I was like the proverbial fly on the wall, except this fly knew how to write shorthand. And I took down the whole meeting. And it turned out to be incredible, important down the road, because about 2 months later, after this meeting in March, they shut the case down. The very same case that I referred to with 1,200 law enforcement actions, 1,600 name database, 300 terrorists, all those things, and all that we were planning to do going forward. For example, people in our case, we found out at that time that 25% of all the people in the Gitmo were affiliated with Tablighi Jamaat. They were affiliated with Hamas. They were affiliated with Al-Qaeda. They were affiliated with virtually every known group that raises money for support of terrorism in the world. We found all this out. So despite all of that, they shut the case down. I didn't find out about it till I had finished my tour of duty at the National Targeting Center and gone back to my home port, and I put another component, another piece of the case into the system, working on it at home, at my home port. 2 weeks after I finished this portion of the case, I go on vacation. I get a call from my supervisor. Philip, they've deleted all the records out of the system. What?
Oh,
Yes, they deleted all the records out of the system. So
was
when
there
I
no backup copy? Was there no, is that was that the only place all this information was housed?
Well, they say that nothing that's entered in the system ever disappears, which may be true. That actually remains to be seen,
Okay,
which is what I hope to do going forward if I'll get redeputized back into the Department of Homeland Security. That's one of the things I want to address. I want to be given the permission, the latitude, the job description to go find out where is all that information. I will also tell you, it's safe to tell you, that I gave it all to Congress. You have to keep in mind that I'm the one that had the case. So of course I had copies of everything, and I gave it to Congress. So they actually have it. And that's another big question mark, is what is going to happen in the weeks and months ahead
yes.
as we drain the swamp to that information that's still like a book on a shelf, sitting there waiting for somebody to take it back off and open it back up again.
Wow.
So they deleted the case. But to address your question, they remember what we learned in kindergarten? Always look both ways before you cross the street.
Yes, sir, I do.
Well, they forgot to do that.
Uh-oh.
Because what they didn't seem to remember was that you can tag your records. When I say tag, I mean there's an option within the system. It's a 0 or it's a 1, and if you put the 1 in there, you get an email every time somebody looks at your record.
Oh, okay,
Which
okay.
I did because I wanted to see what kind of activity was going on with my colleagues that were working on.
Exactly,
That's how
exactly.
it's supposed to work.
Right.
That's called connecting the dots. Your colleague in Chicago, Officer Haney, we just got one of your guys at our port. What do you want us to ask him? We'll ask him what his dad's name is, what mosque he went to, what countries he visited, just a whole range of normal law enforcement questions. And then maybe an hour later I get a little report, boink, come back to my email where this is what we found out. And then I would take that information and I would add it to the case
Sure,
and upgrade. It's like building a wall,
yes.
a real true wall around the country. That's how you build a real wall of defense of the threat. Well, they deleted all that information out of the system completely. Or so they thought, because I tagged my records. And that means that every time they did the function keys on the keyboard to delete them, bloop, they come back to me. And I got a string of emails in my inbox at the exact moment and the person who deleted
Did
them.
it.
And I kept it. Now you start to think about, wow, I remember that meeting back at the MTTC back in March when they were expressing concerns about our focus on Tablighi Jamaat. Now I see what they really were intending to do. They were going to shut the case down then, and they did it. As soon as I left, they shut it down. And then I found out after the fact that they not only shut the case down, that they didn't want officers like myself doing anything, period, related in any way to that case. So their solution was delete them completely out of the system. And maybe none of that would have really mattered. Of course it really is important, but for the sake of the discussion, maybe none of it would have mattered except for one big problem. San Bernardino. Yep. This happened in September of 2012. San Bernardino shootings was the 2nd of December 2015, about 3 years later.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there, as I always do, keeping up with current events. I'm in the process, literally at that time, December of 2015, of writing my book, because now I've retired. I retired July 31st of 2015. I was old enough to retire, which in itself is an incredible story because I was investigated 9 times by my own agency. And at any point along the way, it could have all been over. If I had violated, subsection 2.3-7, some unknown rule, that would have been it. That would have been all they would have needed to say, Mr. Haney violated this law, he's unreliable, don't listen to anything that he says, you know.
Wow.
But through God's grace, and I say that with complete understanding of what that means, there's no way anybody could have navigated through being investigated by the power of the federal government 9 times. Most of these people you see in the news don't survive one.
No.
They're gone. They resign. Sometimes out of honor, but sometimes not out of honor.
Yeah.
But all that time, I went through all these investigations over a 10-year period and was actually able, again, by God's grace, to survive and retire honorably. I still have my badge and my credentials. It even has a little retired stamp on it.
Very good.
So back to San Bernardino, I'm looking at the news. Of course, I'm curious like everybody else. I have a different perspective because that was my job, and I have maybe more insight than the average person.
Absolutely.
Because this is what I did for a living, and all of a sudden the picture of Syed Farouk comes up on the computer screen. This is the suspect, the alleged shooter in San Bernardino, and then here's his wife. Oh, and by the way, he went to this mosque in San Bernardino called Darul al-Islamiyah San Bernardino. Darul al-Islamiyah, I yelled at my computer screen, that's my case! It was related to the case that they shut down 3 years prior. And that was a moment. I'm not even sure how to put it in words. Can you imagine sitting there looking at this, the aftermath of this attack, individuals affiliated obviously to me with Tablighi Jamaat, the group that I worked on,
Yes.
a mosque that was affiliated to the database that I worked on, sitting there thinking, I wonder what would have happened if they hadn't shut the case down.
Yeah.
That's a fair question, right?
True.
Now, any of you that know cop, don't sneak up on them and ask them, but if they're sitting in their car someday and they're just writing tickets, or if you see them at a coffee shop having a donut, because you know cops love donuts, ask them, sir, do you believe that you can stop crime? They're going to look at you like, what do you mean, do I believe we can help stop crime? Of course I do, otherwise I wouldn't be a cop, would I? So is it boasting for a federal law enforcement officer who took the vow to protect our country from threat, both foreign and domestic,
Yes.
to say that possibly if they had not deleted that information out of the system so that nobody could see it anymore, that maybe the individual that interviewed Syed Farouk when he found out that he was going to this particular mosque that was in this case, that was still in the system, one thing would have led to another. And he would have ended up in secondary having an interview, and maybe the FBI would have come in and asked him, Mr. Syed, what have you been doing over there in Saudi Arabia or whatever? And you, Miss Tashfeen Malik, how about you? That's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
But it didn't work. And then can you imagine a few months later when the Orlando shooting happened? And lo and behold, the mosque that Omar Mateen attends in Fort Pierce, whose his own father was the vice president of, was also in the same network.
Wow.
Now we really have a problem. Because the federal government is maintaining an open narrative in the public arena that there's no way we could have stopped it, nobody knew who these guys were, we didn't have any signs or indicators, all false.
It's the same administration still in place.
That's right. The same one that investigated me 9 times, the same one that took that very same information out of the system and didn't bother telling the American people, oh, by the way, we deleted all that information out of the system 3 years ago. Now you understand why I have to continue forward. Because if I did take the vow to protect our country, which I did, I have a duty and an obligation to see this through until it does get resolved. And I'd like to make a declarative statement. we're going to put it on the record, so to speak. If we don't address the decisions and the policies and the directives that made, and the people that made those decisions to eliminate that information out of the system, it's like a mathematical certainty we will have more attacks. Now, can we guarantee that we can stop every other attack that might ever happen? That's not even the point.
No.
No one will fault you if you do your utmost, and things still happen, will they? But you can be faulted if you're abrogating your duty and your responsibility, and you're deliberately eliminating information that, even if it only had 1% possibility of helping prevent attack, that's enough. Because if you have little kids that are playing in the front yard, and you have a good sturdy fence around the front yard, but there's still a 1% chance those little kids are going to get out into the street and maybe get hit. Is it worth the risk to you? No, because if there's a 1% chance, that means almost 4 times a year they're going to get out. So that means it's very likely they're going to get hurt.
Yeah.
So even if it was only 1% chance that it could have helped stop it, that's more than enough. It is an unwritten rule in intelligence, you never delete intelligence information from the system, because it's like Columbo. Here he finds a little gum wrapper on the floor, and all of a sudden he breaks the whole case, because he starts at how'd that gum wrapper get there? You know, you never know what piece of information is going to help you break a case, so you don't destroy any of it. And eventually, if you keep adding enough information in to the picture,
Completes the
picture
puzzle.
draws itself. There it is. I call it emerging out of the fog, like in Master and Commander, where the French ship snuck up on the English ship, and all they saw when it was too late was those flashes of the cannons just coming out of the fog, and then the next thing, here comes the cannonballs. We're supposed to be helping protect our country. There shouldn't be any limitations on the kind of information that we gather up and collect and put into the system, so that everybody who works in the Customs and Border Protection or the intelligence field has access to that information. It's like we should have 20,000 intelligence officers working at the front lines of our country. But if you prevent them from talking to one another, and in fact tell them you yourself will get in trouble if you start asking these kind of questions, then what do you think, what kind of detrimental effect is that going to have?
What do you think was behind this change in how the agency operated?
I've been asked that question so many times.
I can imagine.
And I thought it's really a fair question. It's not an easy question. It merges into the abstract. You're talking about ideas, ideology, motivation. But I have a habit of reading out of the Declaration of Independence when I speak in public, especially in the run-up to the election. Because people would always ask, Mr. Haney, is there any hope? Yes, there's hope. Of course, this would be a pretty boring book tour if I told you a bunch of really scary information and then said there's nothing we can do about it. It is still a government of, for, and by the people. Yes. The federal government has a role to play, but so does the grassroots. And if
Yes.
we reach toward each other, we might actually connect sometimes, and then the government will work the way it was designed to work. But it will not work if both sides aren't involved. And you can't really just sit around waiting for the federal or the state level government to do and address these challenges for you. You have to be part of the process.
Yeah.
So in order to encourage people, I would read the portion where it says that our Creator instituted government among men in order to protect the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness that He endowed us with, those inalienable rights. If in fact you believe in the Creator, and you take it at face value that he actually instituted government among men, then we are among those men. It's part of our responsibility to participate in the government that he instituted. But it also says in the Declaration that we have the right to alter or abolish this current form of government and change it to one that is more suited to our goals, our needs. And it's when it struck me, the progressive leftists and the Islamic that want to implement Sharia law are seeking to alter or abolish the current form of government and institute a new form of government that they define as more inclusive, more diverse, more fair. You fill in the blank. And that's what they're going about to do. And they decided, within this hyper emphasis on diversity, inclusion, and all those other adjectives we hear, that they were going to extend civil rights and civil liberties that are derived from the Constitution not only to American citizens, but to foreign nationals. Not only civil rights and civil liberties, by the way, but also privacy rights. Which then leads you back to the reason why, from their perspective, they deleted all the information out of the system. And you might say, that's a bold statement, Mr. Haney. How do you know that's true? Pretty easy. I was investigated by the Department of Justice. They convened a grand jury to find probable cause to indict me on criminal charges. Would you like to know what the pending criminal charges were?
Please.
Violation of the Civil Rights and Civil Liberties and Privacy Act of foreign nationals. They were going to use me as a test case
Wow.
to say,
Wow.
that's the kind of officer that we will absolutely not have in federal service. He's trampling on the civil rights and civil liberties of these unaccused foreign nationals, implying that they're part of some terrorist group, and that he's obviously a biased, racist Islamophobe, and we're going to make an example of him. And again, you might say, well, really? Were they that plain spoken about it? Yeah, they were. Because before Eric Holder retired or left DOJ, he left a legacy to us in the law enforcement community. It's called New Guidelines to Federal Law Enforcement Officers. It was published November of 2014. And in it, it specifically instructs us to not build cases off of affiliation with religious groups, meaning Islamic
Yes.
groups. So all these pieces start getting put into place. And then I, now, a year and a half later since I retired, virtually every day see headlines on the global big screen pointing back to something that happened in the book. And on top of that, with help of Judicial Watch in Washington, D.C., have FOIA'd my own case, Freedom of Information Act. And you know, you hear a lot about emails.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they exchange emails in this case too, and we got copies of them. Now I have the Rosetta Stone to the whole story. It's kind of weird, I have to tell you, to be reading FOIA documents about yourself.
Oh, I can't imagine.
It's really weird. I mean, it's creepy weird. It's also, you got to really swallow hard, because you find out what your own supposed allies and colleagues say about you that they, I suppose, never expected anyone to hear or read.
Sure.
And I found out that there was virtually nobody that was anywhere near supportive of what I was doing. And they were all more than willing and able to say, yeah, that Mr. Haney, you know, he exaggerates, he's reckless, he makes stuff up. I never did any of those things. And it is now, on the other hand, to the other side of the coin, satisfaction, or it's not satisfying exactly, or gratifying, but there is something about seeing yourself proven right by the force of history, not just somebody's opinion. Because I didn't really need that to be assured that I was correct, but when you see subsequent events unfold,
Horrific
months, weeks,
events.
and years after, and realize, again by God's grace, He gave me the insight and the ability to see through the veil, if you will, and to actually put it in writing, right into the law enforcement database, that this group and this individual were a threat to America, and then have it come to life. That's a very deeply moving kind of experience to be part of history. So the point is that the story's not over. What I wrote about in the book has not been resolved yet. Yet every day something new comes out, if not every day, pretty often. I have the new cache of documents from FOIA, and now new Director Kelly of DHS is beginning to put out a series of directives undoing the policies that were put in place by the Obama administration. And in so
Praise
doing,
God.
the language of these memos, of these directives, proves that I was investigated illegally. Because if Secretary signs a memo, Kelly signs a memo saying, we are now going to bring Privacy Right Act back into alignment with existing law, then what does the meaning of those words imply? That up to that point, when he signed that directive, which happens to be on the 20th of February, 2017, it's safe to imply that the Privacy Right Act was not in compliance with existing law, which means by default, if they were investigating me for violation of privacy rights of foreign nationals, that it was illegal what they did. And it was also illegal to remove the information from the databases too, which is the reason why they did it. So now, here we are. Today is the 15th of May, 2017. This story is like a balloon. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I don't know how big this balloon's going to get. But it seems to me it has a nature that it won't pop. It's just going to keep getting bigger
That's
and bigger.
kind of scary, because if it does, depending on the size.
And that takes us back to my earlier declarative statement, that if we don't resolve this case, the policies and decisions that went into deleting all this information and investigating individuals like myself, I wasn't the only one. There weren't a lot of us, but I wasn't the only one either. If we don't resolve this, what's the inevitable result going to be? That means we're blind.
Exactly.
We're missing something. The big scary monster is going to creep up on our blind side and take a big bite out of us. So the way to resolve this is take the blinders off,
Absolutely.
take the handcuffs off, and let guys like me do the job that we took a vow to do. Fortunately, it's not really that complicated.
Do you feel
These are-
hopeful with the new administration?
I feel tons more hopeful than I did if the other person would have won.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Now, is everything that I've seen happening in the new administration what I hoped would happen? No. However, in comparison to what it would have been, sitting here telling this story now would have put me in threat.
Yes, it would. Yes.
It would have to. Again, you say, Mr. Haney, that's a bold statement. No.
No.
I saw them in action. They investigated me 9 times. They would find some provision, some way. Besides that, just filing a lawsuit or serving a subpoena to somebody messes up your life like I can't tell you.
Yeah.
And it makes people afraid to be around you. All this time I was going on, people believed me because I don't lie. I don't exaggerate. But let's be honest. Even if it was a little teeny one, floating around up there, and in the old noggin there was still at least a little tiny question mark. Is Mr. Haney really as certain about this whole story as he seems to be? Is there really just maybe a tiny bit of possibility that he's got it a little bit mixed up and that they're actually right and he's not? The way that I realized that was when all of the investigations were concluded between the 27th, 28th, and 29th of May in 2015, coming up on 2
Wow.
years. When I went through a 3-day marathon with Internal Affairs CBP, they had stacks of binders, 3 or 4 of them this thick. Mr. Haney, look at all this information we got, and that's not even all of it. They're implying, we got you. Just, why don't you just finally admit it? You know, you did this, this, and this. When those 3 days were over, and no matter how many different ways they tried to get me to catch myself and make a mistake, I didn't have to worry about it because I just kept telling the same truth over and over and over. And finally, when it was all over, and I knew that it was really going to be all over, I was only a couple months from eligibility to retire. And when I stood up and shook these people's hands and looked at them eye to eye, because after all, we're all cops, they're working on a case. I was certainly familiar with that. It just happened to be that I was the one the case was about. At that moment, when I walked out that door about 3:15 on the 29th of May, and I just heard the voice of the Lord, it is finished. It's over.
Wow.
It's over.
Yeah.
And the first, see, I was banned from talking to my friends in Congress, like Mr. Gomert from Texas, because they were serving subpoenas to them too.
Wow.
And they couldn't talk to me because it would be seen as collusion or interference with justice, even though it's technically not really legal for them to serve subpoenas. They can try it, but they're not really supposed to.
Wow.
Congress can take immunity based on their position as a member of Congress. Anyway, when it was all over, I started calling my friends in D.C. and across the country. And it was their response that told me that they had been worried.
Wow.
That little question mark really was floating around. I basically characterized it as a chorus of hallelujahs went across Washington. I could feel the relief in their voice, which meant, what? They were worried.
Yeah.
They never really were careful about it around me, but you can't blame them. Look at the way these people operate now. Everything if President Trump wanted to establish a commission to prove that the sky is blue, practically, they'd oppose it. I don't think he's made a single statement yet or suggested a single change in policy yet that they haven't opposed.
Yeah.
And so can you imagine being investigated by those kind of people when there was no restrainer, nobody looking over their shoulder, no concern about that President Obama would tell them, okay, that's enough. None of that existed.
Where did you find the strength to walk through this?
The same place that Daniel found it and Joseph found it and all that great cloud of witnesses that we hear about in the Bible found it. It certainly wasn't from my own capacity. I was willing to participate in the process. You do have to be willing to participate and endure it.
Yeah.
But to choose not to,
Whoa.
what I'm trying to say is to say, yes, Lord, I'm willing. And then to have it go on for month after year, 10 years straight, unrelenting. Not only did it not go like this, it went like this. It got worse and worse and worse. Before it was over, in September of 2014, this is what 9 months before the final culminating interviews I mentioned, they literally took my gun. They called me into a little room. They said, "Mr. Haney, we need your weapon now." I said, "How do you want me to hand it to you?" Why would I ask a question like that? It's a pretty tense situation
Yeah,
when somebody asks you. And I'm surrounded by my own colleagues who are also
That have
armed.
their guns,
I'm not
yes.
going to make any sudden moves at this point.
Oh, man,
If they
wow.
think that I need to be relieved of my weapon, then there's an element there. So I
Wow.
said, "How would you like me to hand it to you? Do you want me to drop the magazine first, or what?" It's like when you reach over to the glove box and the state trooper pulls you over. You do it very carefully, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm reaching for the glove box. I'm going to take it out now. Here's my license. I did it the same way, very carefully. I took it out, I dropped the magazine, I turned it sideways, and I handed it to them like that. And they cleared the chamber. And then they say, "We want your magazines too. We're cutting off your access to the systems. You have no law. And we're revoking your secret clearance. And we're going to put you in a little room off-site until this investigation is finished." And so that's how I spent the last 11 months of my career. And they never even had the courtesy to really explain to me exactly what.
So you would show up for like work and be in an
I sat in a
empty
little
room?
cubicle with no assigned job duties. My only requirement was to show up for duty every day and then go home. That was it. Now, it was kind of like a gift from the Lord, though, because I used it as a sabbatical.
Oh, cool.
And I organized all my papers, all the files, got everything ready with the expectation, the positive. I mean, I wasn't sure, but I was hopeful that I would actually be able to retire. Nothing was certain. But I did it in faith, and I got all ready so that when I was retired that day, the 31st of July, I literally drove to Washington, D.C. And that following Monday morning, I reported to duty at the Center for Security Policy, and I took a job in the civilian arena, and I started working on facing the nature of the threat from a civilian perspective, and speaking and writing articles. Then I put the book together. The book was released formally on the 24th of May. We're coming up right near a year now. And I've been on the road virtually full time since before the book was actually, I started in April of last year, and I really haven't stopped since. And I don't intend to.
Are people awakening to the truth of what our country really has been under? And do you feel like somehow we can begin to regain and recapture our country?
To do it, we need to have what we hear about a lot in the faith community. We talk about revival quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And it's true that we do need a revival. There's always room for revival. But yes, the kind of revival that we need is a constitutional revival.
Oh, yes.
Now, if you're not a person of faith, but you are a valiant defender of the Constitution, you may or may not realize that the Constitution itself is saturated with biblical values. So if I am a person of faith, I already recognize through the language that the Constitution and the Declaration are saturated with biblical values, which means even if you're an atheist, you say you are, but you're a valiant defender of the Constitution, and I am an evangelical, but I'm also a valiant defender of the principles of the Constitution, we can be natural allies, and we should be. Because our country is a
Well said.
constitutional republic. And so what we need is a revival of our, like Paul said, to apprehend what I was apprehended for. As citizens, we are also commanded to live peaceably as possible with all men, and to be citizens of the country, good citizens of the country that we live in. But with the case of America, that's not such a hard thing to do. It's a wonderful form of government that we have. It's complementary to the Bible. It doesn't contradict it. So, what we need is for people to become involved. You don't need to wait for the federal government to swoop in like the guy on the white horse and resolve all your problems. They never will, even under the best of conditions, because the federal government is not designed to address state-level problems. That's the 10th Amendment. States are intended to address their own, and towns and communities. Each one of us lives within community. That's where you should start. Maybe you're interested in the social arena, which in this case, the flashpoint at this current time is immigration reform. Because aren't we always told the reason why we need so much more immigration is so that our country will become more diverse and inclusive? Isn't that what we hear? Well, you may not be interested in that. Maybe you're interested in the political arena. Well, the flashpoint for that arena going forward is going to be our sovereignty, meaning the sovereignty of America, and in particular, our relationship with Israel. Simply because we're told by every country on the face of the planet that we don't have a right to move our embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, because people might get offended and trouble might erupt. That's our sovereignty. They're telling us that we don't have a right to exercise it, or a right to develop a relationship with another sovereign country, in this case Israel, and put our embassy wherever we wish to. That'll be the flashpoint there. And the flashpoint in the third arena that you may want to become involved with is either the law enforcement or military. And the flashpoint for that will be the designation of the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization.
Yes. Yes.
If we fail to do those things, we are going to continue to wallow in the uncertainty that we have been wallowing in. And building a wall won't be a total waste, however. It won't accomplish what we hope it will accomplish.
It'll actually wall in a lot of terrorists that are already within our country.
Being an agricultural entomologist, I love to use examples from gardening and farming. You have a wonderful garden out back, perfect soil, everything's just growing hunky-dory. You build a nice big fence all the way around your 1 or 2 acre property, so high that deer can't get in and they won't eat up your garden. But you neglect to do one other very important thing: weed your own garden. What'll happen to your garden if you refuse to weed it?
Just choke
You
it
won't
out.
have a garden. It'll take over everything.
Yeah.
Because weeds grow faster than the vegetables do. So we can build a nice wall around our country, but if we don't address those plants in the garden that will eventually, according to their own stated purpose, take it over, then building a wall around it's not going to help us that much, is it? And conducting tactical operations in foreign theaters, foreign countries, won't help us very much either if we still neglect to weed the garden. So that's what we have to do. What do I mean by weeding the garden? Well, that's also easy to define if you understand the Constitution. Let's take it down to the nature of the threat. It's not terrorism. It's Sharia law.
Yes.
Terrorism is a tactic, a way of accomplishing. Sharia law is the stated purpose of the global Islamic movement. Every single Muslim group organization that operates today has exactly the same strategic goal: implementation of Sharia law. What they vary, what is kaleidoscopic, even they argue about, are tactics. How exactly do we do it? Do we attack them, or do we saturate into their society? And in our case, America, their most successful approach tactically is to saturate into our society, and that's exactly what they're doing. And that takes me back to the three arenas. They're saturated into the social, they're driving the immigration argument, they're saturated into the political, they interfere with political decisions all the time, and they're saturated into the law enforcement arena too. They're constantly opposing training programs. Anything that tries to put the spotlight on the true nature of the threat, they are there like that, trying to shut it down. Those groups should have no voice whatsoever in our culture. Why? Because they've already been proven in federal court. I'm talking about groups like CARE, Council on American Islamic Relations, Islamic Society of North America, many others, have already been tied in federal court right here in Dallas, Texas,
Yeah.
Holy Land Foundation trial, to be known affiliates of Hamas. We've known it for 10 years now.
Yeah.
So why on earth are they allowed to have any influence whatsoever in our social, our political, or our law enforcement arena? It has nothing whatsoever to do with freedom of religion. First Amendment is an Article 6 issue. Article 6 says that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and that the judges of each state shall abide thereby. And haven't we been seeing in Ninth Circuit Court and other circuit courts an abrogation of that basic principle,
Yes.
and that judges are making rulings based on their own subjective opinion, but never addressing the foundation, the legal foundation of these directives and EOs, executive orders, that President Trump's administration is putting out? That's an abrogation of their duty. It's unconstitutional what they're doing, which goes back to my other point about revival.
Yes.
The reason why judges are doing this kind of thing is because they've been allowed to for far too long. And it's kind of like Bernie Madoff. Bernie Madoff defrauded people of multiple hundreds of billions of dollars. But if there weren't 10,000 times 10,000 other little Bernie Madoffs that went along with it along the way, there would have never been one big giant Bernie Madoff. He would have never been able to accomplish what he did. The same within our political structure. Allowing people to abrogate their constitutional duty and then get away with it is to our own detriment. And that's why we need a constitutional revival. And now connecting that to Sharia, if the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land according to Article 6, while Sharia law defines itself, it self-defines as superior
Yes.
to all other man-made forms of law, including the Constitution, then there's our point of conflict right there. It's not a First Amendment issue. And another amazing thing is the Constitution is actually a book, along with civil law at the state level. Texas civil law, Louisiana civil law, they're all in a book, an actual book. And so is Sharia law. You can literally lay them both on the table and compare word to word. There's no reason why we should be arguing endlessly about subjective terms and meanings of words like diversity and inclusion, and subtle meanings of words from the Quran like what does jihad really mean, when you actually have the volume of Sharia and the volume of the Constitution that you can compare side by side. And whenever there comes a point when they're contradictory, then it's incumbent upon us as citizens of America to choose the Constitution.
Correct.
And I think if you look at it that way, it simplifies the whole argument dramatically. It takes that worrisome aspect of violating the freedom of religion out of the equation and puts it into, our forefathers were geniuses. They foresaw these kind of things to happen. And one of the things they foresaw is that there would actually come a time in our country's history, then there would come a debate about what form of government we wanted to live under. And they preempted it by saying in the 10th Amendment,
Wow.
not the 10th Amendment, Article 6, that the U.S. Constitution would be the supreme law of the land and that the judges of each state should abide thereby, they preempted the whole argument. It isn't that complicated. But we have gotten so far away from the center, what our principles our country was founded on, that we have lost our way. And I would also like to express what I hope is a charitable admonition, that if we are going to find a revival, both in the secular arena, the constitutional arena, within the community of faith as well, that the people that are going to lead that will be the pastors and leaders of the church.
Yeah.
If it doesn't start there, it won't happen. Because you can't expect people who are not part of the faith community, who overtly say they don't believe in the Creator, to self-revive themselves. They're not going to do it. They need a catalyst. And that would be the supernatural help of the Lord Himself. And I don't think in our lifetime, I was born in 1953, that we've ever seen a more spectacular example of the intervention. After all, the Lord Himself is the author of history. He instituted government among men to protect the liberties that He endowed us with. I don't believe that we've ever seen a more spectacular intervention into the affairs of men than this past election. So are we going to forget it? Are we going to let our eyes glaze over again?
I pray not.
So do I. So that's why I'm hopefully offering a admonition, pictures of silver in frame, pictures of gold in frames of silver. If it's not done, leadership in the faith community will be held accountable. That's what the Bible teaches.
Yeah.
Because unto whom much is given, much is required.
Yes.
Which is back to my vow. Everybody listening who has ever taken the vow to help stand up and protect the liberties of our country, even if they're retired, they're not any longer active duty, still have the sense of duty with the vow.
There was no end time stamped.
Their vow is not retired.
Yeah.
I retired from federal service, but my vow is not retired, which means I follow now where my vow leads me. And if my vow leads me where I get redeputized again, I will do it. If it doesn't, and I find myself to stay in the civilian arena, I will find another way. But I have to take this information that's been revealed in the last few months regarding the Tabligi case and the San Bernardino shootings. I have to take it forward because I'm a steward of the story. It's not my story. It's not about me. The story is about our country.
Yes.
It's a great honor to be the steward of the story. But it also came with a great price. And so in order to maintain that position as a steward, a guardian of that story, I have to maintain my own personal integrity. Because if I shipwreck myself,
Yes.
I also destroy the integrity of the story
Yeah.
at the same time. So if those of you that are listening believe in prayer, which I'm sure you must, I'd like you to attach a word to your prayer for me, and that simple word is integrity. Pray for my integrity, because with integrity, no weapon that is formed against you can prosper. However, if you don't have it, nothing will protect you. You cannot insulate yourself from these forces without integrity.
Wow. Well, quite a story. And such but it's not a fairy tale. It is reality. It's truth. And
This is history.
yes,
We often wonder, I wonder what it was like back there in the Civil War days, or the Revolutionary War days, or
we're living them today.
something. You don't really have to wonder.
Yeah, it is
Because
today.
it's just like it was then.
Yes.
And it'll come out the same way as it did then. It'll be ordinary people, plain and ordinary as you can possibly be, not 9 foot tall,
Right.
weigh 300 pounds, have to take out the trash and do the dishes just like everybody else, that have this grace, this ability to stand no matter what, having done all to stand. And those are the ones that it talks about in Daniel that will shine like the stars in the firmament when the Lord comes back and says, what did you do with the talent, the ability that I gave you? Well done, my good and faithful servant. Or, not so much.
Yeah.
And many will go away sorrowful, because the Lord never leaves himself without a witness, and he always provides plenty of opportunities for people to be notified or become aware of. This is something that you need to do.
Yeah.
It's for you to do. No one else can do it. And I would pray that all of us would seek that. What is our destiny? What are we called to do? Represent him in this world that we live as citizens of a coming kingdom, who also demonstrate that sense of destiny and integrity by representing here in the world that we live in now, representing the values. After all, it says he's going to establish a government, and it will be upon his shoulders, and the end of it, there will be no end to it. So government is important.
Yeah, it's one of the first things he put together.
And so are boundaries,
Yeah.
by the way.
Oh, yes. That could be a whole nother
They
topic we could talk
certainly
about.
Because, for example, if you're seeking refuge in a sanctuary city, how do you know when you've arrived in the sanctuary city? It's called the city limit. As soon as you cross that imaginary boundary that defines San Antonio or Texas or Dallas, Austin or Dallas, you know you're in Dallas because you see the little sign that says city limits. And that once you're on the other side of that sign, you are in your sanctuary and you're supposedly safe. So borders are very important, aren't they?
Yes.
Just depends on how you define border.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing you this evening. I appreciate your time this afternoon. Wow. I hope everyone that's listening takes to heart what was shared, because the battle has only yet begun.
It's true. All we've done with this election is to be able to see a more clearly defined battlefield.
Yeah.
Before, we didn't even know where the battlefield hardly was. Most people didn't seem to. But now we've had a boundary drawn around the battlefield.
Yeah.
What is it? Standing, having done all to stand. Stand for what? Constitutional principles. And augmented with, incompatible with biblical principles.
Yeah. Yeah. Our country needs to awaken.
Yep.
Yeah.
If we do, we'll do what Abraham Lincoln said. The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate for the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, but we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, so we must think anew, and we must act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country, the last best hope on earth.
Amen. Amen.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
We have with us tonight Phil Haney. And Phil's going to speak about, not necessarily just about his book, because we've talked about some recent occurrences, and Phil's going to, many of you have seen him on the evening news, on Fox News, heard him on Breitbart and a lot of other places. Phil Haney was one of the original founding members of the Department of Homeland Security. Before that, he was a bug guy. Now, he wasn't working for Oregon. What he was an entomologist working with the agriculture department and traveled all over the world, basically working with citrus fruits and how to prevent in foreign countries bugs and others from destroying those crops, and we had the technology on how to do that. And in the course of that, he got a lot of training, a lot of exposure, and had a Christian conversion, and then years after that began to study Arabic and began to study Islam very closely as he was in that part of the world. And if you're going to be in that part of the world, you need to speak the language. But in the course of doing that, he got within the Department of Homeland Security and began to expose groups of terrorists that were about to attack us, and subsequently did with a group called Tabligh Jamaat. You'll hear his story, but you'll also hear an update on what our government is doing to folks like Phil and to others. And it's a cautionary tale. It's one that you need to hear tonight, and I thank you all for coming tonight. We will, at the end of that, there'll be some time for Q&A. We'll have that period, and then after the Q&A, we'll have a couple of wrap-up comments. So, Phil, I'm going to turn it over to you. Please give a big Texas welcome to Phil Haney.
It's really nice to be back in Texas. I really love Texas a lot, and maybe in the days ahead we'll end up being here. My wife loves it too here, especially East Texas. But my journey has started really with the Department of Homeland Security formation in March of 2003. And remember 9/11, and about a year or so after, they started discussing forming a consolidated agency to help protect the country from the threat of terrorism. That's what the original founding motto of the Department of Homeland Security. By the way, if you look in the book, in the back, there's a section of photographs of documents, and the very first one is the original founding. It's a certificate for founding members of the Department of Homeland Security, and it gives you the 25-word founding mandate, which is to protect America from terrorism and the threat of terrorism. Very simple. I wonder if we move it, is it back or forward? We can move it.
I need to move it forward a little bit.
Maybe if we put it on that table there, it'll work. So because I was already in federal service at the time that the agency was created, I was an agricultural officer. My background is entomology, crop production, crop protection. And I traveled all over the world with particular emphasis on the Middle East, and emphasizing studying the language and also the Quran itself and the theology of Islam. At that time, it really didn't have any market value per se, because we didn't really imagine the conflicts that were going on in places around in the Middle East would actually come to our shores, but they did. And like many of us, our life changed at that moment, and it's never really been the same since, has it? Traveling in the airport isn't the same. Remember when we used to be able to go with our whole family right up to the gate and wave goodbye, and no, none of that anymore. So everything changed, and it did for me too. And I knew that I was going to change from what I used to do, which was entomology, working in the field with farmers, to counterintelligence based on my background in the Middle East and familiarity with the Quran and so on. And that is exactly what I did. As soon as I became one of the founding members of the Department of Homeland Security, I began doing intelligence briefings. And I would send them up the chain of command, and the higher-ups would look at these reports, and in all honesty, they didn't really know quite what to do with them. But finally, they created an entire unit, and they put me in. It was called the Intelligence Review Unit. And basically what I did was I would handle the hard cases, the ones that, just didn't seem to fit conveniently in any of the boxes. And I would do analysis, and I began interviewing. By the way, how are we in the back, sound-wise? Good? Okay. I like that. Texas thumb up. I have a cruise control personality. It's 50% Clark Kent and 30% Steve Martin. You know, humor is still legal, so we should use it while we can. But I also have 20% that's Chuck Norris. Anybody heard of Chuck Norris? And there are certain things that turn me into a Chuck Norris. Human trafficking is one of them. And terrorism is another one. Everybody that's a cop, wears a gun for a living, has got to have at least a streak of Chuck Norris in there somewhere, right? Well, I do too. So anyway, I started doing these analysis and I sent them up the chain of command, and management wasn't really quite sure what to do. So they put me into the passenger analysis unit, we call it the PAU, and I started examining the list, we call a manifest, all the passengers, even on a domestic flight. Well, there's a list of passengers. That's how they make sure everybody gets on and gets off. But it's the same with international. But I would go through these lists and I would compare what we call biometrics, information, family names, birthdays, etc., and see if I could find any ties to possible terrorism. And I did. Turns out I had a knack for it. Just because I was a trained entomologist, I came from a science background. And what in the world, you will ask, could a nerd, a founding member of the Nerd Society, who, because after all, entomologists, you all know they're nerds, right? Every characterization you've ever seen of an entomologist is this guy with big, thick glasses with a butterfly net, right? And a pen holder over here. Well, really, a good entomologist, the one that saves a farmer money, is one that has a careful attention to detail and also observation of behavior, because all living things really live by behavior patterns. I also specialize in ants, because literally, this is really true, I read Solomon's admonition. Go to, thou sluggard, and study the ant and learn her ways. I figured, well, I'm an entomologist already, I may as well take Solomon's advice. And I turned out to become a world authority in ants, and it took me all over the world, literally. All kinds of amazing places. Imagine crawling around on the ground in Brazil collecting ants with a little aspirator that looks some sort of like a drug pipe or something, and you're sucking up ants off the ground, and I look over and there's military boots right there, and I said, follow them up. It's a guy with an M16 looking down at me like, what the heck are you doing? So you get in these funny positions, and I worked in Yemen, Eritrea, China, and Japan, and South America, all over the world. And I was really good at it. I had a knack for it too. So I mentioned observation of behavior and attention to detail. I ran field trials, experiments, where we would do what are called replicated experiments, where we divide a field into, several treatments and then randomize it like a checkerboard. And in order to do that, you have to be very careful about detail. And there's another intriguing thing about this whole process of being a field scientist, is that there would always be something that I did not include in my initial criteria for evaluating the experiment so that I could do statistical analysis. Anybody here in math know what a p-value is? You live and die by p-values in research. So in order to establish it and get a good outcome, you have to have a good solid set of data. But there's always things that come up that you didn't include in your original criteria, because as an agricultural system, let's say that's been sprayed a lot conventionally, starts to stabilize, new things come up that didn't ever appear before. It's the way it is with biology. That's why you hear about species that we thought were extinct. All of a sudden we start seeing them again, because we're altering pressures that are being put on the environment, and all of a sudden the environment becomes amenable for the reemergence of these particular species. And so, when I studied ants, and I combined all these qualities together, I discovered that if you simply follow the trail, what will happen? You follow the ant trail, what are you going to find eventually? The nest. See, you're going to be in my intel team. You guys really catch on quick. Follow the trail, find the nest. In other words, there's no such thing as a random ant of violence, is there? Because they always belong to a colony. And that was the major big problem I ended up having with the U.S. government, is that they insisted there was no colony. That essentially these individuals that are doing these terrorist attacks are just wandering around aimlessly in the universe with no connection to any other structure, meaning social structure. We're called lone wolves, right? Nobody knows them. Nobody ever saw them before. It was almost like they got hit by a meteor from space, and it caused them to go and attack a party on near Christmas Day, or something like that. But the fact is, within the worldview of Islam, it is absolutely terrifying to consider being separated from the community. The concept of Islam is called Ummah. It means mother. The thought of being separated from the Islamic community is just as terrifying as a child is from being separated from his mother. In other words, there is no such thing as a lone wolf jihadi who nobody ever saw or knew. They are well known and they're always part of community. Like with Syed Farouk, remember him? San Bernardino. What was the initial news report? Nobody knew him. Even the Imam said, I don't know him. It was all a lie because he was very well known. The mosque that he went to, Darul al-Islamiyya, San Bernardino, he was what is called a hafiz. A hafiz is somebody who memorizes the Quran. You don't memorize the Quran and get a certificate from the University of Phoenix. You get it from the authorization of what is called the Shura Council of the mosque that you attend. Very carefully monitored. But not everybody can do that either. So he was a very prestigious individual, well known within the community, just the opposite of what it was portrayed. That's why he was able to go to Saudi Arabia and marry the daughter of the wealthy Pakistani businessman who happened to be doing his business in Saudi Arabia, because he was a man considered to be pious, with great promise for the future. And so they arranged a marriage, and he went to Saudi Arabia and married Tashfeen Malik and came back to America and settled here. But he had a colleague. His name is Enrique Marquez. How many remember Enrique Marquez? Do you know where he is right now? He's in jail. And he should be. But you know why he is in jail right now? For multiple failed plots with Syed Farouk. Wait a minute. Multiple failed plots with Syed Farouk. Syed Farouk is dead. So that means those multiple failed plots must have happened before San Bernardino attack, doesn't it? Now you start to get the picture. How in the world did they know that they were plotting terrorist attacks and never intervened? That's only one of the ways that I say, and I have said, starting with Megyn Kelly on the 10th of December 2015, that it's highly plausible that we could have prevented the attack simply because if the federal government had not deleted all the information out of the system that I put in there when I worked at the National Targeting Center on a case called the Tablighi Jamaat Initiative, which means it's a global level case, then we very plausibly would have been able to intervene. Either Syed Farouk would have been put on the no-fly list and maybe not even allowed to fly at all because of his affiliation with organizations and or individuals with known ties to terrorism, and or B, his pending fiancée, Tashfeen Malik, would have never been given a visa because she was tied with individuals or organizations with known links to terrorism. Those are two other plausible ways, in addition to the fact that the FBI already knew who they were. The same thing happened with Omar Mateen. 3 other individuals that affiliated with the same mosque that he attended in Fort Pierce, Florida, had already been on the radar, and one of them blew himself up as a jihad in Syria, if not Iraq. Another person had just been released from prison on weapons and fraud charges, and the third person was his own father, who was vice president of the mosque. They knew him. But FBI didn't talk to CBP, my agency. Omar Mateen went right to the port and laid his passport on the counter, and my own colleagues say to this day that they never knew that the FBI was investigating him, because we don't communicate. Meanwhile, the FBI didn't know what CBP found out, Customs and Border Protection, because they weren't communicating. Both sides saw him face to face. And yet, there was a gap, a disconnect, just big enough for a person to walk through, and I mean that literally. And they never communicated with each other. The same thing happened in the Boston Marathon. Remember him? How Janet Napolitano said we didn't get a ping? You realize how demoralizing that is to have your own boss say you don't know your head from a hole in the ground? We rely on pings to tell us, electronic information that causes a ping on the system. So, oh, then you must be a terrorist because the system pinged. Well, that's like these kids nowadays that don't know how to make a $2.42 change out of a $5 bill because they're so accustomed to using a calculator, they can't add it up in their head. What are they going to do if everything breaks down? Fact is that he came back to America without a passport. He was a lawful permanent resident, supposedly a refugee from a country or an area in the Caucasian Mountains, which is the first question I would have asked him, Mr. Toshfin, what are you doing coming back from the place you're supposed to be a refugee from? And by the way, where's your passport? Because you cannot travel on a green card internationally. Green cards are a lawful permanent resident, which, by the way, they actually are green now. What are you doing coming back with no Russian passport? Because after all, his citizenship was Russian. Well, if he'd been honest, he would have said, well, my best friend from Canada got the top of his head blown off by the Russian Secret Service, so I thought it might be a good time for me to get out of there before the same thing happened to me. But none of those questions that should have been so obvious were ever asked. And he did what we call DTR down the road. And then Jenna Napolitano had the audacity to inform the American public that, well, oh well, we didn't get a ping. She didn't happen to mention that her very agency, which is my very agency, deleted all the information out of the system, and much more than that. So no wonder you wouldn't get a ping. If you're not putting information into the system, then you're certainly not going to get anything back, are you? And you might say, well, that's a bold statement. Can you prove it? I literally proved it by printing it out and putting it in my hand. 4 years before the Boston bombing, I created a case on the Islamic Society of Boston. Anybody heard of them? The Islamic Society of Boston is the masjid that he went to, the Sarnea brothers. 4 years before the case, I put 118 records of a whole linked network into the system. Would you like to guess how many times any one of those records were queried in the 4-year process before the day of the Boston bombing? 0. You're right. But here's the real $64,000 question. How many times were those records queried after the bombing? 0. What does that tell you, friends? We're not even doing the most minimally adequate level of basic law enforcement. And then I found out about 2 or 3 months later why they weren't queried, because I found out that the Obama administration had chosen the Islamic Society of Boston, another mosque in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and a third one in Los Angeles, California, as model communities for the new Countering Violent Extremism program. They were not only not investigating them, they were conducting outreach programs with the very same mosque that I had put all these records into the system and had links to Hamas, Al-Qaeda, terrorist financing, and about 40 different individuals with known derogatory information. Now you tell me, friends, how in the world can you say that we were being protected by our administration when you have close to more than 100 records linked to that particular mosque with high-level derogatory, right up to the highest levels of known links to terrorism, and not one single one of those records was queried in the 4-year period before the Boston Marathon happened. So I printed one out and I said, look guys, I actually took it around to my friends and said, look at this. And they all said the same thing. Wow, Haney. Wow. But that was a moment, friends, because 4 days later, my boss, Janet Napolitano, sat before the House Committee on Homeland Security and talked to Jeff Duncan. And maybe some of you remember seeing it. Jeff Duncan asked Secretary Napolitano, we hear there's a Saudi individual that might have been involved with the Boston bombing. You have to keep in mind, friends, that at that moment on Thursday afternoon, the 18th of April, we still didn't know about the Sarnea brothers. The only person that had any possible link to the case was Abdul Rahman al-Harbi. Janet Napolitano says there was no Saudi individual who was ever a subject of interest, or who was ever a suspect, or who was ever intended to be deported on terrorism charges. Your question is so full of misapprehension and misunderstanding that it's not even worth an answer. And she just blatantly refused to answer Jeff Duncan, Vice Chairman of the House Committee, question about this individual who had been tackled at the site, sent to the hospital, interviewed by the FBI, had his apartment searched, brought the information back about midnight, and then contacted the NTC and told them we're going to create an event called the Targeting Framework Event. It's a fill-in-the-blank template intelligence report, and deport him on terrorism charges. So how do I know all that stuff? Well, guess what my job was at the National Targeting Center? Filling in targeting frameworks. Nobody does a TF, a targeting framework, where all this information I just referred to was consolidated. It's not Burger King. We don't do it our way. We have to be asked to do it. They call in from a port or from NCTC or some other federal law enforcement agency and say, please open a report on XYZ person, and we go to work and we fill in all the blanks, and then we send that product over to the Secret Squirrel Department, the high classified level, and they run it through their system, and we decide, okay, this is what we're going to do. In this case, we're going to deport him on 3B charges, which is another acronym for terrorist-related charges. So then comes the Janet Napolitano insisting none of that ever happened, but there was one large fly in the ointment. Can you guess who the large fly was? Remember, I'm an entomologist. By the way, I found a tick on the back of my head about 5 minutes ago. You know, welcome to Texas, right? So, where'd this critter come from? Anyhow, I was the large fly in the ointment because the committee already knew before they asked her that this is the facts of the case. And then, that information that I had provided on a request by the committee, which a federal law enforcement officer is not only allowed to, but obligated to do, was leaked out of the committee and went on Glenn Beck and also Brett Baer on Fox. And they literally held it up to the camera and said, see, the guy really was going to be deported. And guess who got in trouble because that information got leaked? Me. My own committee threw me under the bus. I'm talking about the House Committee on Homeland Security. Somebody from your own state was chairman of that committee and told me to my face that we were going to protect you and we're going to protect your information, Mr. Haney, and then turned around and didn't do it. Not only did they not do it, they let me go through another 2.5 or 3 years of investigation, including a grand jury convened by the Department of Justice to find probable cause to indict me on criminal charges. And nobody from the committee, not only did they not follow up with Janet Napolitano's open lie, they never intervened to help me, even though they knew that I was the one that provided them the information, and somehow, like a little bird, it got leaked out of their committee. This is what it's like to be a whistleblower, friends. The Bible verse says, "My own familiar friend lifted up his heel against me." In modern language, that means they kicked me. When you lift up your heel, it means you kick somebody. So all this is still going on, by the way. None of it has actually been resolved yet. Everything that I write about in the book, by the way, isn't about me. I was there, I saw it, I wrote about it, but it's not my story. The story is our story. It's a story of America. It's also a harbinger. It's a warning. And I'll make a declarative statement. A declarative statement is a statement based on fact that you can prove. I'm saying it in public. It's a declarative statement that unless we find the courage and the wherewithal to address the policies and decisions, the directives that were signed by members of the administration that led to the deletion of this information out of the system, which then led subsequently to the San Bernardino and the Orlando shootings, it is inevitable, like solving the mathematical equation, that we will have more of these kind of attacks in the future. Because our inability to have the courage to resolve this means that we're essentially blinded. And if you got a large pterodactyl or a Tyrannosaurus Rex over there, and you're blind in one eye, then doesn't that increase your chances that the T-Rex is going to come and get you? Right. We need our full abilities. So my point is if we don't find a way to resolve this in the days, weeks, and months ahead, then we're going to have the same kind of things happen over. I'm telling you now, in public, here in Texas, that that's what will happen. Now, will we ever be able to necessarily stop all attacks? Probably not. But that's a lot different than abrogating the responsibility you've been given when you take an oath to protect our country from threat, both foreign and domestic. No one will fault law enforcement if they're doing their utmost, will we? Will any of us fault law enforcement if we really know, same with the military, that they're doing all that they can do? Will we? But we will fault them if we find out that they haven't been doing all they should be doing, won't we? And that's where I'm at right now, friends. I'm retired from federal law enforcement, but I took a vow to protect our country from threat, both foreign and domestic. And even though I'm not currently active duty, my vow still is. And I am obligated by the fact that I have now discovered more information related to my story, to the case, through the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, plus directives that new Secretary of Kelly has signed, plus breaking news virtually every day in the headlines that prove my story. I was right. I don't overstate, I don't exaggerate, and I don't lie. I just plainly say, this is what happened. And that's why I survived being investigated 9 times. 9. Underline, emphasize, bold. 9 times by my own administration. My own colleagues, for simply doing what I took the vow to do. It wasn't for moral infractions, failures to disobey order, or failures to follow orders, or any of the other things us guy types tend to usually get in trouble for, and you know what those are. Too much of this, or other things. It wasn't that. It was simply that I put information into the system that they didn't want me to put in. And so there's 3 levels of response in a case like this. The first one was what they tried initially, and I say they, I mean the Obama administration, was to ignore the information completely. Haven't you seen that approach played out in different ways? It didn't happen. It didn't exist. Benghazi, great example of it. First they deny, they just try to ignore it. But in the case with the records, like people like myself put in, that didn't work because the records were too good. In other words, they were leading to law enforcement actions being taken on these individuals, several of whom happen to have been in the administration, which isn't very good on the resume when you've got known affiliates of terrorism working inside the executive branch of the government, does it? And or you have these same organizations meet at least 150 times in the executive, meaning the White House, during the course of the Obama administration. CARE, Islamic Society of North America, Muslim Public Affairs Council, Muslim Students Association, all of them. By the way, they were proven in federal court right in Dallas in 2008 to be known connections to Hamas, right? Remember the Holy Land trial? That was 10 years ago now, coming up on. They knew. There's no possible way that you could say you didn't know that these individuals in these groups, organizations, had known ties to Hamas. But rather than going after them in a law enforcement way, the Obama administration chose to do exactly the opposite and brought them into positions of influence and authority, not only in domestic counterterrorism policy, which morphed into what we now know as countering violent extremism, see something, say something, but also in the foreign arena, where we allied with the Muslim Brotherhood and backed them in the Al-Arab, Al-Arabiya, the Arab Spring, and destabilized the entire Middle East, including ISIS. How did ISIS come about? Has anybody ever read the DIA declassified report on how ISIS came about? It was through Benghazi. They were shipping weapons from Benghazi in small ships to small ports on the coast of Syria. That was A. Then they were arming Jabhat al-Nusra, which means the Victory Front, the Muslim Brotherhood, and Al-Qaeda of Iraq with these very same weapons. And number three, they encouraged him to take eastern Syria as a buffer between Assad and the Iranian regime. And once they did that, what do you suppose these thoroughly vetted moderates did when they looked over the border into Iraq and saw the back door of the country wide open, i.e. Fallujah? They took it. And they morphed into what we now call ISIS. They recreated a Frankenstein in Syria and it escaped from the laboratory. There's another one over there in Afghanistan, another Frankenstein that escaped from the laboratory too. It is called what? The Taliban. The Taliban are students. That's what the word means, by the way, friends. Talib is a student. It's the same word as the tulip. Because in the old days, remember that, anybody ever read about the speculative market on tulips that made some people in Holland multi-billionaires? Well, tulip is a derivative of the word for talib, which actually means the turban that these guys would wear because they were studying Islam and Quran, and they were called talibs. Taliban in Pashtun Urdu is plural, students. So what are they students of? That's the natural question, right? What are the Taliban students of? The Tablighi Jamaat movement of Islam, the very one I was studying at the National Targeting Center, which case was then shut down by the Obama administration and led directly to the San Bernardino shooting and Orlando. What would you do if you were in my position, friends? When you took a vow, what would you do? When you're literally holding information in your hand while your own boss, meaning Napolitano, is lying before Congress. And you're holding it in your hand. What would you do? I didn't have to. I gave it to Congress. They leaked it. No, not leak it. See, I'm not a Snowden. Nor am I a Chelsea Manning, nor am I a WikiLeaker. I never violated the chain of command the whole time I was active duty. I always followed the chain of command. What was my chain of command, friends? First, it was my immediate supervisor, then the chief, then the assistant port director, then the port director, then the DFO, and then headquarters, and then after that, is there anything left after that? Congress. And that's what I did. I went to Congress 55 times and counting, and laid all this information on the table in front of them. Here it is on a golden platter. I will give it to you. Please take it, but you have to ask me for it. You have to ask me for it. And they look at me like I was speaking Swahili. They seem incapable of responding to a real-life person, active duty law enforcement, standing right in front of them, saying, here it is right here. They know. History is a fearsome woman, friends. If she fastens her eye on you, and you are found on the wrong side of history, she will turn you into a stone. If you want an illustration, who is this from World War II? Neville Chamberlain. And how do we always think of him? With that paper in his hand saying we're going to have peace in our time. Neville Chamberlain is frozen like a stone in time. Why? Because he was so spectacularly wrong that history will never forgive him for it. You met face to face, and you really allowed yourself to be persuaded that this hideous tyrant called Hitler was really going to make peace with you? Now we're looking at the same kind of a time in history. When we look back years from now, we're going to be seeing people that will be frozen in time by history. Because once she fastens her eye on you, if you're on the wrong side, there will come a time, friends, when she will turn you into a stone. However, if you're on the right side of history, you will live forever. Because whenever you stand up for what is right, as it says in the Bible, you will shine like stars in the firmament. There is a lot of people in positions of authority that are in perilous danger of being turned into stone right now. And my wish would be that rather than waiting for the federal government to take action and help address some of the natures of the threats that we face, would take to heart the kind of system that our country was founded on, which is of, for, and by the people. Because no matter how well organized and how effective and efficient the federal government might be, even at its most optimal possible level, it can only reach so far. I can't reach out to you. But you could form a human chain and you could actually come to me. And that's how the system works. It is your ultimate responsibility, and I say you in the capital U, the collective, to take action at the point where you find yourself right now. Each one of you can operate in one of three major arenas. Either the social arena, which the flashpoint for that is going to be, or is already, immigration reform. Right? Why are we told that we need immigration so badly? So that we'll be more diverse in inclusion. It's a social, political experiment. Or the political arena. Maybe you're not interested in that. How about the political arena? And there's going to be a flashpoint with that. It's in works right now. And the indicator of that, the canary in the coal mine, is our sovereign relationship with Israel, our best ally in the world. The entire world is telling us that we don't have a right to establish an embassy in Jerusalem because if we do it, we're going to suffer severe consequences. They are telling us we do not have the right to establish sovereign relationships with another country as we see fit. And we're letting them do it. And the third arena is law enforcement. And the flashpoint for that one, law enforcement - military, is the designation of the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization, which should have been done a long time ago. It, to me, is an obscenity that groups like CARE can come to meetings like this and almost, in some cases, do shut them down. When we know that they're affiliated with Hamas, what the heck is wrong with us? It's because we've lost our way, because we've forgotten what our country is founded on, which is the principles of the Constitution. It is stronger than any wall that we could possibly build, simply because according to Article 6 of the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution itself is the supreme law of the land, and all judges of every state shall abide thereby. If you have a competing ideology or law called Sharia that states itself, its own self-definition, is that it's superior to all man-made forms of law, including the U.S. Constitution, then there is your point of conflict right there, your point of contact. It's not a First Amendment issue. It's not about freedom of expression and worship. It's about two competing forms of law. And that is why our founding fathers created Article 6, because they foresaw that there might actually come a time down the road when we'd be arguing about what form of government that we want to live under. So they said, we'll just dispense with the ceremony. It's the U.S. Constitution. But we have progressive leftists who are shouting about down with the wall and this is not our president and resist. And we have their allies, what I call the Green Dragon, the pro-Sharia global Islamic movement, who are seeking to do exactly what it says in the Declaration of Independence, to alter or abolish this current form of government and replace it with one that is more suitable to their ends and means. That's what they're doing, isn't it? So, each one of us here has a destiny. You're not responsible for what your neighbor does. That doesn't mean you can't work together. Ultimately, each one of us is responsible for fulfilling the responsibilities, the callings, and the destiny that we ourselves have been called to do. And that's what the Bible means when it says, having done all, to stand. We have forgotten who we are. We need a revival, and I don't just mean a revival like in the fellowship here. We need a constitutional, secular, political revival as well. Because if you are a person of faith, there's no harm in supporting the Constitution, because after all, the Constitution is saturated with biblical values. So you've got a twofer here. And you can ally with somebody who has no belief in God whatsoever, who just happens to be a passionate defender of the Constitution with no problem whatsoever. You can argue theology later, because if he or her is supporting the Constitution, even if they insist they're an atheist, they're still supporting the biblical principles that are saturated, embedded within the Constitution. That's why we made a big mistake when we argued about whether Romney should be voted for because he was a Mormon. Rather than realizing that the real basis of the choice, which thank God we made this time, was who is more likely, and I did not say who is more perfect. I said who is more likely to stand up and defend the values of the Constitution. Was it Donald Trump or was it Hillary Clinton? I believe we made the right choice. Thank God for that, because if she had been elected, these kind of meetings would have very likely become illegal. And they would have encouraged the people to come bursting through those doors at any given minute and shout people like myself down and create anarchy and chaos, because they would have been backed up by the administration, who is going to go through every possible link to shut down any opposition to their agenda and program. It was all in place, friends. They had it wired solid. You knew how I knew something was going sideways? Because I said, I had a joke, I said I left my DNA, my media DNA, all over the country. I said 100, if not 1,000 times, Donald Trump was going to win the presidency. Because I had the great honor of traveling around the country and seeing something that very few people had the opportunity to see. And that was the spark of hope that ignited in people's eyes across the country. Normally, I don't stand this far away from the group. I'm usually down there. Actually, I don't know why I'm down there. I'm just up here. The point is, I was close enough to see the spark of hope ignite in people's eyes, like watching something being born. And after all the travail that I went through watching these policies emerge up at my feet like newly planted corn, problems with immigration and problems with counterterrorism, to have the opportunity and the honor to go around the country and talk to groups in the small towns, Corn Cob, Nebraska, and everywhere in between, Tumbleweed, Texas, to see that spark of hope ignite in people's eyes. And I knew he was going to win because I saw something that the mainstream media was not seeing. And I said it. Thank the Lord I was right. It wasn't just my hopeful imagination. I really was seeing it. What a great honor that was. I got to participate in history. It's kind of a nice balance between what I went through and what I got to see, have seen subsequently. But all the election did, friends, is one simple thing. It just defined the battlefield. That's all we gained by this. Now the question is, are you ready to go onto the battlefield, or are you going to hang on the edges like they did during the early part of the Civil War, when people actually went out with Sunday bonnets on and watched battles in Gettysburg or places like that? And then pretty soon things got real serious, and people began to be forced into positions where they had to make choices about what they really believed. As I said earlier, I'm a harbinger. I'm telling you what those people were capable of because I saw them up close and personal. And I paid a great price. I'm a steward and a guardian of this story. It's not my story, I mentioned that. It's our story. But I paid a great price for it. But I don't want to shipwreck myself and sabotage everything that's gone on. So my job is to maintain my own personal integrity in the meantime, which is also ours as well. Am I making sense tonight? I'm not, you're noticing I'm not even going off the PowerPoint. But I have a magic mouse here. So let's see if the magic mouse works. It does. Have I now become your enemy by telling you the truth? That's the motto of this new organization. How do you like that swamp? It's even got a couple of dragonflies in there, so entomology is represented there. Now, this is a really remarkable picture. This illustrates a thing I call first level analysis. What do you see in that picture? What's that big thing in the back? It's called a Hamseen. It's a raging inferno of a sandstorm that buries things up to the gills. What are those people that are walking around doing?
Taking pictures.
Those are Kurds, by the way. It's the city of Raqqa. They're our allies. But what is their attention distracted by? This big coming storm. Meanwhile, what are those things all over the ground? They're all over the place. What are those things? Did the Martians zap them with death rays? No, they're burqas. The people were evacuating out of the city, and as soon as they got out of the city limits, they dropped their cover and turned into another person. Who were those people? And this is a remarkable picture because it illustrates the abstract, if you will, the existential nature of the threat we face. There's a huge storm on the horizon, friends. Is it fear-mongering for me to say that there's a huge storm on the horizon, friends? Or wouldn't you rather know when there's a twister coming? At least you try to prepare yourself. But what if the U.S. government knew it and didn't tell you for whatever X, Y, and Z reasons? How would you feel afterward if they knew it and they didn't tell you? And who are these people that used to be inside those burqas? Some of them are going to end up here and other places. And that is a perfect illustration of the nature of the threat we face. These people morph from one shape to the next like caterpillars into butterflies. They're becoming, nobody knows who any of those people were. There are valves that are open that should be closed, and valves that are closed that should be open. The ones that are open, they're called leaks. Remember the first few weeks, it was nothing but leaks, leaks, leaks. Now it's nothing but Russia, Russia, Russia. Russia is a valve that is open that should be closed, and the leaks are valves that were closed, or whichever. I got it backwards. You get the point, right? So everything's upside down and backwards, and I keep saying, re-deputize me, Mr. Trump. I know where the valves are, and I can help you close them. I really do know where they are. And I'm going to show you a couple of them in a minute or two. We have a government, I've covered this already, so the changes must come from those who are working at the grassroots level. I can't tell you how many times people ask me, what can we do, Mr. Haney? What can we do? Everything. You guys have the opportunity, the ball's in your court. This is the time for us to stand up. You think, if you're a believer, that the Lord invested so much in us to bring us to the point where we're in our 60s, plus or minus, for nothing? You're not too old. You have the wisdom. I have a saying, youth is the price of wisdom. You have to pay for wisdom with your youth. Well, why don't we use it? What's wisdom? Okay, I'll give you an example. If you never opened the Quran in your life, there are 3 things that you should know about what the Quran teaches that will make you immovable in any argument. First is, the Quran teaches that Jesus was not crucified. N-O-T, underline, not crucified. That comes to the heart of the basic understanding of who we are as believers in the New Testament, doesn't it? Of the everlasting covenant. The second one is that Christ Jesus was not the Son of God. Emphatically stated in chapter 5. And that those who say he is are guilty of blasphemy. It's a capital offense. That's why they kill Christians in the Middle East. That's why I have this on. And that's why our friend sells those shirts with the N. It's a symbol of the persecuted church in the Middle East. They're being killed now for believing that Jesus is the Son of God and that he was crucified. Nothing so wildly esoteric. It's that fundamental New Testament theology is what they're being killed for. The third thing is that Muhammad is the comforter that Jesus promised in chapter 14 and 16. The one who would come and walk beside us and not leave us, who would lead us and guide us into all truth and show us things to come. That's Muhammad, according to Islam. That's chapter 6. Wouldn't you agree, if you didn't know anything but those 3 major points, that you'd be able to stand your ground in any kind of argument? Because whenever they're having interfaith dialogue anywhere in the country, if you avoid talking about those 3 major theological points, you're not having dialogue, friends. You're having a monologue. And it's a one-way conversation determined by defined by the other side, not by us. You bring those 3 doctrines up, you're going to have one of 2 things happen. A confrontation or a conversion. Period. If you don't believe me, try it. Next time you have an opportunity, ask somebody that's representing Islam, what about the crucifixion, sir? And watch what happens. Now, if you want to get down to the real bone of things, you will see it. The rest of it is just smoke and mirrors. Because if you can't resolve those 3 fundamental concepts, then if they're right, then we, according to the Bible, are of all men most miserable. We really are stupid fools. Because what we believe is not true. However, if it is true, and it is true, then we should be bolder and more confident and competent in our conversations going forward. You don't have to know the subtleties and intricacies of Islamic theology and Sharia law if only you know those 3 things. And if you're not wanting to exercise in the arena of faith, then go over on the Constitution side and talk about Article 6. Sir, the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and the judges of each state are bound to abide thereby. Doesn't Sharia say that it's superior to all man-made forms of law? Then how do you reconcile that disconnect? They will not be able to answer you. But they're also not accustomed to being confronted so directly with what he referred to, the simple truth. The rest of it is subjective nonsense. And that's the arena we've been operating for far too long. That's why groups like CARE continue to have influence in our social, political, and law enforcement arena. It's because we don't know how to confront them effectively. We're like Elmer Fudd shooting at the Wascally Wabbit. blasting away but never hitting anything. That's a little bit of an overstatement, but not really much. And I've kind of covered this already. These truths are self-evident to who? Who are they self-evident to? This assumes a biblical worldview, doesn't it? But in order to secure the rights that we've been endowed with, it is incumbent upon us to be citizens of the country that we live in and participate in the process. Oops. Civil War, do you believe we're in one? I don't call it a war, I call it a saturation. We talked about this earlier. If I say infiltration, I think in most cases it's kind of like getting a shot of Novocaine right in the head. These words have lost their meaning to us. We hear them so many times. It's called attenuation in science. Try it. If you smell a rose about 10 or 15 times, you won't be able to smell it at all. It's called attenuation. These words are thrown out there and thrown at us so often that we've lost comprehension of what they mean. So I call it saturation. Nobody has patented that word yet. Think of a big giant sponge floating on some water. What's the natural process going to be when that sponge is floating on the water? What's going to happen? The water is going to absorb into the sponge, right? Well, what if you're a jihadi and you're tired of waiting for that slower process? What are you going to do? You're going to push on the sponge from above. That's another tactic in order to accomplish the overall goal, which is saturate that sponge with water, which the water is Sharia law in this case. So how do you protect that sponge from being saturated with water when you don't have the option of taking the sponge out of the water? Because the water is where we live. It's our world. We can't remove ourselves from it. So how do we protect ourselves from it? You put spray guard on the sponge. And what is that? Truth. That and the Constitution. Our Constitution is more powerful than any border wall that we could ever build if we would simply abide by the provisions of the Constitution. But look what happened when President Trump issued the executive order. No one ever addressed 18 U.S.C. 1132 or 8 U.S.C. 1132 that the law was based on. Not one single judge is abiding by the provisions of the Constitution as per Article 6. They're basing their decisions on subjective political points of view. They're abrogating their constitutional duty. They're traitors. Border protection now has been called racism. Observing the law is called discrimination. Threat awareness is called fear-mongering. These are the same terms that people like CARE or progressive leftists will accuse us of hate speech, fear-mongering, discrimination, and racism. I noticed when I was traveling around before the election that there were three major reasons why people were upset. One is that it's an upsetting topic. Is what I've talked to you about even gone up 1 or 2 or 3 degrees on the upset-ometer? Yeah, it has, hasn't it? You're upset, aren't you? By at least one thing that I've said so far. I can't see this thing, so I keep backing into it. And I'm not done yet. You're going to be really upset before I'm done. And so they're upset because it is an upsetting topic. Number 2 reason is no one told us about this. How come it is that some of the most basic things that we're talking about, we're all 17 years down the road from 9/11 and the average person still doesn't know any of it? How could that possibly be? And the 3rd reason is what about DHS? Weren't they created, formed, to protect our country from threat both foreign and domestic? Wasn't that the case? The point? So how come they're not doing it? How come Janet Napolitano says we didn't get it pinged? How come Jay Johnson testifies before Ted Cruz's Judiciary Committee, and when he specifically asked him, what about Mr. Haney's claims about deleting the records, have you taken time to look into it? He says, I don't know, Mr. Haney, if you would walk into the same room. And no, I haven't taken time to look into it. Wait a minute, you're the Secretary of Homeland Security. What I'm saying is a national security issue. I'm telling the world, the American public and Congress, that the Department of Homeland Security deleted intelligence records out of the system. And the best thing you can say is that, no, you haven't even taken the time to look into it. If you were really a good secretary, you'd do one of two things. You'd either tell your guys to look into it and shut that guy up once and for all, or you would find out that he's actually telling the truth. And maybe you'd give him a call and say, Mr. Haney, maybe you can come and help us upgrade our counterterrorism measures. But no, he had the hubris and the audacity to look right at Ted Cruz and say, nah, I haven't taken the time to look into it. Well, would you be concerned if they were true, his claims? No, I wouldn't. It's an interesting political discussion, but it's really about semantics and labels. You tell that to the people in San Bernardino and Orlando and Boston that it's just semantics and labels. It's what I call obscene hubris, arrogance. And those are the kind of people that are in danger of being turned into stone. We already talked about these three arenas, social, political, and law enforcement. Pick one, whichever one you're drawn to or you feel most competent in, and begin to work out, reach out and network. This is Jenna Napolitano. She's inflicting herself on the University of California, and I say inflict because she ordered her own professionals, law enforcement, not to cooperate with the federal government in terms of immigration support and enforcement of immigration law. She is forcing them to violate their vow, which is exactly what she did with us. How in the world did a person like that get a position as Chancellor of the University of California? She knows better. And what Sessions and Tillerson and Trump should do is go out there and serve her with an injunction order and tell her, you either comply with federal immigration law or we'll lock you up. Period. How do you like them apples, Janet Napolitano? And this is CARE, I mentioned it before, complaining about the executive order, calling it a Muslim ban, when it's nothing of the such. You know why the original 7 and then the subsequent 6 countries were chosen? Because except for Iran, none of them have a functioning government. They're total chaos, violence, and anarchy. We're really expected to trust biometric information, meaning birth dates, names, and so on, places of birth, from countries that don't even have archives? And you're telling us that's racist and discriminatory? And that is one of those intrusions into this arena that should be prohibited. And here's al-Sadr telling us if we move our embassy to Jerusalem that we're going to suffer severe consequences. And this just came out today. Now our own government is telling President Trump he better not move the embassy to Jerusalem for all their same reasons that have solved absolutely nothing up to now in the Arab-Israeli conflict. Remember I told you that it was going to be a flashpoint in the political arena? Well, there it is in black and white right now. Now, I'll give you a homework assignment. Watch and see how this story unfolds in the next few days, weeks, and months. I just have some other examples of these saturations into the 3 arenas that are current, happening right now. By the way, you can have the PowerPoint. And then all the links to all the information that I'm showing you is down in the notes section of each slide. And you can walk yourself back through it.
We'll put it in the next newsletter so you can download it.
So what is that date? Remember, 22nd of December 2015. Does anybody recall the date of the San Bernardino shootings? It was the 2nd. So 3 weeks later, CARE and ACLU sue the FBI for unwarranted intrusion and surveillance of the community there. This is what I said, remember obscene hubris? The fact that these individuals who are known to ties to Hamas would even have the right to do this at all is an obscenity. They do not want law enforcement looking into these things. So here's CARE again. Here's our erstwhile Director Comey being accused of stonewalling investigations. Then we find out that President Obama policy on CVE, there's no way to evaluate how effective it is. The whole thing was a colossal fiasco. But yet that's what shut down law enforcement in DHS, in FBI, in DOD, Border Patrol, ICE, CBP, all of it was this program that now they've discovered had no benefit whatsoever. And here's the surveillance. We found out that he, just days before left office, did a basically retroactive CYA executive order authorizing all the intelligence agencies to share intel information, which means they were already doing it. He just covered the bases. So we'll fly through real fast. These two letters and the next one are results of FOIA requests. The dates are current. They're signed by active duty individuals in the current administration. The bottom line is, friend, they're saying that the Tablighi Jamaat case that I worked on at NTC never existed. We've come to another crisis point. This has to be resolved. Would you agree? This is the best we can expect from the federal government and all the investment that we've made through the FOIA process as well, that the only thing they can say is that the case never existed. Well, of course it existed. I worked on it. The letter proving existence is in the back of the book. They couldn't even find that. And then here's another one I bet you didn't know about in the Federal Register dated February 15, 2014. Jay Johnson signed a provision allowing members of known terrorist organizations to get visas to come into the country because it's part of their cultural involvement with Islam. Did you know that? Remember, the Congress makes rules, and then there's this thing called the executive orders, and then there were these things called directives that's signed by secretaries. They went way past that. They dispensed with all of that. They put it in the Federal Register. Drop it in literally in the middle of the night and change immigration law with absolutely no input whatsoever from Congress. There's a swamp right there. You're looking at it. And this is just another letter from new Secretary Kelly saying that they're going to bring the Privacy Right Act into alignment with existing law. Hold your breath for a minute. This proves that I was investigated illegally. Because if they have to bring privacy right acts into alignment with existing law, and the DOJ investigated me for violating privacy right of foreign nationals, it means they did it to me illegally. And they also deleted the information out of the system on the same basis, which means they deleted the information out of the law enforcement database illegally. That's where we are right now, friends. I haven't even put this together. I'm going to give it to Congress, but it's also going to go public, because the amazing thing is, it's all public information. It's not even classified. And here's the executive order. I already went over this. This is the law, 8 U.S.C. 1182. Look how plain it is. The president, for any reason at any time, can prevent people from coming into the country if it serves a national security need. Simple. It's not complicated. And I'm going to just go through this. It talks about Obama. We're talking about the swamp. See the top picture? While the boss was talking to President Trump a week or so ago, I was in Beit Jala. I was in the West Bank a week ago. Literally. And I took pictures right here. The top one is memorials to Shaheeds. They're obviously fresh. They're not defaced. The symbol is the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. It's a known terrorist organization in Beit Jala, next to Bethlehem, the West Bank, Abbas's territory. While he's telling President Trump, we raise our children in peace, they have this stuff. I walked around with my own camera and took pictures of it. And down here, you see the little boat and the symbol of Israel with the crescent and a cross. And down below in the Arabic writing, it says, Sana'ud, we will return, 1948. That's what their intention is. There's no two-state solution, friends. There's more. This is Fatah honoring 12 different martyrs in the very same day that Abbas said, we're raising our children in peace. Fatah, which means to open, i.e. open the land of Israel for the Palestinians, commemorates these 12 murderers. 35, 40, 50 year, 50 multiple life terms these guys have. And there is what they're trying to destroy. That's Tel Aviv, taken from the plane of a 787 on our way back on May 4th. I guess it's 2 weeks now. These are the things I saw when I was over there. It's very surreal to be there standing on the ground and while I'm watching press conferences coming from back home when Mahmoud Abbas is openly lying, just like Janet Napolitano did before Congress. So I take pictures of this stuff. This is intelligence. This is the Golgotha. Anybody been there and seen the Garden Tomb? Well, what you might not realize is that above here is what that says right there. And that says, Maqbara al-Mujahideen al-Muslimun, the graveyard of the Mujahideen, the jihad fighters. Why did they put it right on top of one of the most well-known symbols in the Christian world? Because they don't believe that Jesus was crucified. So they're making an open declaration of the supremacy of Islam for the whole world to see it. And they basically consider all those people that are in that pretty garden that's right over here to the left to be complete fools. Honoring, commemorating an event, according to them, never existed or never happened in the first place. Oh, we're going to talk about Muslim Brotherhood designation. We're about out of time. And again, you can review it. They're campaigning Congress right now to prevent them from doing it. And now we just got another guy who is very pro-Hamas put on the National Security Council. This is right, 2 or 3 days ago. The swamp is still alive and well, or seething and frothing. Conclusion? This book is called Book of Laughter and Forgetting. The struggle of man against power is a struggle of memory against forgetting. But in order for this principle to really work, we have to know and believe that something really happened in the first place. In other words, the Constitution, is it real? Are we willing to stand up for it, having done all to stand? And my favorite quote from President Lincoln, that the dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate for the stormy present. Like that storm I showed you in the beginning. The occasion is piled high with difficulties, but we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, so we must think anew, and we must act anew. We must all disenthrall ourselves. Then we shall save our country, the last best hope on earth. We need more statesmen like this, wouldn't you agree? Any questions?
If you have questions, please come down to the microphone. We'll start the pass around Roger the mic. Go ahead and get the plates back there and start passing them around. If you have questions, no dissertations or comments, but just a straight up question if we could. That way we won't bore everybody.
Roy, that mic's not on. You'll have to, or just hand him that one. Yeah.
My question is, we talked earlier, and was that just as the Nazis destroyed the Stalag, you know, so that they could have another one, destroy the existing government, the buildings and everything it stood for. That's the attempt to be done here in the United States too, isn't it? It seems like everything is orchestrated, at least during the Obama administration, and was to continue with Hillary. Do you agree with that, sir?
Yes. I never did finish my point about when I knew. Remember when they kept emphasizing the stock market during the electoral college tallies? How the drop numbers were dropping? Why were they dropping? Because the people that had made deals with Hillary Clinton began to realize that something was going sideways as fast as they could get out. The vultures were circling around America, and they were going to land and devour us, and she would have helped them do it. But then they all flew away like a big flock of pigeons when they began to realize that it wasn't going the way they were reassured that it would go. That's when I really knew, because these people at this level knew very well that things were not going the way they expected them to. That was my first indicator that he's going to really win it. I was in Nebraska, Omaha. Nice place to be. Next, please.
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation, for educating us. You mentioned earlier that you respected the chain of command and you followed that all the way through. Before you went to Congress, did you go to the Office of Special Counsel in Washington? And if so, how did they respond?
If you want to get stuck in the tar, baby, try going to the OSC. Nobody recommended I go to them, even the ones that treated me badly. It's an open secret. If I get redeputized and I have an opportunity, one of the things I would like to do is help Congress create a safe, clear pathway for people who you might want to call whistleblower, which, by the way, do you know who defines a whistleblower? Your own agency. They have to designate you as one. How likely is that going to be?
Never.
Congress can use the term. I never call myself that, really. Only the fact that Congress calls me that. But your own agency technically is supposed to do it. But as far as the OSC, yikes.
Just a follow-up question on what you just mentioned. Do you see any issue being taken in Washington right now to set up some type of a task force or an action committee to prevent, what you went through from happening again to future potential whistleblowers?
Not really at this moment. There's 3 oversight committees, just so you know. Jason Chaffetz, Chuck Grassley, and Mark Meadows. Mark is distracted right now by the healthcare thing. Grassley's doing a pretty good job. I'm not really quite sure about Jason. I've heard some rumors he may not be around much longer, though I'm not sure, but
He's not running for re-election.
well, at least that. So he's a, what do you call it, lame duck at this point. But there are 3 oversight committees. That would be the natural, again, referring to the chain of command, that would have to be the starting place. If you can't get them to move, no other committee can be involved because it's superseding authority. I've talked to other members of Congress, including Mr. Gomer, but he doesn't have a gavel for a committee and he can't supersede any of the 3 oversight committees. So there you go. It's like frozen in ice. Next.
Has Judicial Watch been involved in any of this?
Yes, they're the ones that FOIA'd the documents that I showed you. And if it weren't for them, none of these basic, the IRS or the Fast and Furious, none of them would have ever seen the light of day. Yeah, Judicial Watch and me are close buddies. By the way, you realize that's an optical illusion, right? Those lines really aren't curved. So what's the point of showing you an optical illusion? Don't get fooled by your senses. Don't be misled by efforts to, mix you up and confuse you. If you take a ruler on the screen down there and hold it, you'll see that every one of those lines is straight. So this is the world we live in, friends. Yes, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your service and continued service to the country. I'm one of these people, and have been for a while, that I truly believe that the incumbents that we have in both houses, I just don't see how we keep losing so much when we own both houses and the executive branch. Even if they were to, and I truly hope that you do get redeputized, either way, if they wind up taking a look into this, with the judges that we currently have, and since they have the lifetime appointments, do you see any resolution coming to any of this as far as interference on behalf of the Islamic societies and groups like CARE and so forth? Thank you, sir.
Can you imagine if I wasn't an optimistic person, how in the world would I have survived all this already? The whole thing is preposterously impossible. All of it. Investigated 9 times. I could have hit the wall on subsection 3-A.5C 5, 6, 7 years ago, and it would have been over. I just made that up. There's no really such law. The point is, some fine point of law could have crashed me at any time. So I'm certainly not going to try to second guess the process now and give up on it, because none of this was done by my own wisdom or strength anyway. The only thing I did was stood for what I know irrefutably is right. and true, and now, as time goes on, being proven more clearly than ever. And I will make packages of this cache of information, this archive, and literally take it and give it to them. But I can't make them respond to it, but I can do my part, and I will. That's my intention.
Good deal. Thank you, sir.
You mentioned how helpful Judicial Watch has been. How about Jay Sekulow?
Well, the first time I talked to Jay Sekulow, I was still active duty, and he told me in order for them to take the case, I'd have to go public. So that boxed that right there, because I wasn't ready to go public at the time, and now everything else is happening, you know, the rest of the subsequent sequence of events, and I'm not really at a point where I'm seeking remedy through the legal process right now. My remedy is to get redeputized. If I go the legal way, I'm going to be seen as an opportunist or an adversary. I'd rather reserve that. I am less confident about a legal remedy, meaning a solution, than any of the rest of the approaches of all of them. And I would rather be able to solve it by going back in and actually picking up where we left off and bring some of this, because by the way, it all still exists.
I want to thank all of you for coming tonight. I want to most importantly thank Phil Haney for taking the time out of his trip out to California to visit with us and share his thoughts. So please give Phil a great round of applause.
We'd all like to think that we'd do the right thing. But when faced with dire consequences for doing so, I wonder how many of us would have the courage. It is my honor to share a stage with such a man. One of my favorite members of Congress, or former member of Congress, Michelle Bachmann, expressed our sentiments extremely well. She said, "I thank God for patriots like Philip, a federal employee who risked much during his exemplary career to keep you and me safe from terrorists. Philip Haney is a national treasure. His discoveries deserve the thanks, respect, admiration, and appreciation of every American citizen." American Freedom Alliance is proud to present the American Freedom Award, which reads, "To Phil Haney in gratitude for his unwavering commitment to freedom."
You know, I was born in Ventura County. And I'm also a UC brat. Yeah, UC Davis and UC Riverside. The evening of the election, I was in Omaha, Nebraska. I wanted to be there in the heart of America. I felt that was the most appropriate place to be, hoping that it would be high fives, fist bumps, and hallelujahs. And that's exactly how it did turn out. Before I go any farther, though, I wanted to introduce my wife, Francesca Haney. And she's a music major and I'm an entomologist. So you can see why we met, you know. That evening, though, you know, I left my media DNA all over the country, because I told people repeatedly that Donald Trump was going to win the presidency. How did I know that? You know, I went through a lot. I'm a steward and a guardian of the story that is discussed in See Something, Say Nothing. But it came at a great price. So I have to maintain my own personal integrity in order to maintain the integrity of the story, which, by the way, is still in process. None of the issues or the cases that I discuss in the book have been resolved to this very day. But it's my intention to remedy that. And those of you, all of you, believe in prayer, do pray for us, me and my wife, because we intend to see this through to the end. It has to be resolved. But the anthem that we sang tonight starts out with a question. "Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming?" It's a question. The people of Baltimore were up on the tops of the houses watching the battle between the British fleet and the soldiers at Fort McHenry. I didn't know that on the flanks of the fort were a battery of 20,000-pound cannons, and that in front of it, defending the fort, was a battery of 50,000-pound cannons that are so big that you could literally stick your head in them, which I did just to see if I could do it. So it was a stalemate. Neither side actually won or lost. But the people on the roofs of the houses were watching in a driving rain to see the outcome. And they were wondering, I believe, the same thing that Americans were wondering on the eve of the election, which in Central Time at 02:40 in the morning, almost in an anticlimactic way, Pennsylvania has gone to Trump. And a lot of the people that went to sleep and didn't see that announcement were wondering in the morning whether they would see the flag. Isn't that true? Or at least which flag it might be that was waving. And I believe it was high fives, fist bumps, and hallelujahs when we discovered that she was still waving. I've also discovered, going through the trauma of nearly 12 years of nonstop investigations by my own colleagues and my own government that I took a pledge to defend, that it's easy to be distracted, even at this point. We talk a lot about the nature of the threat we face, but we should also not forget to ask, what are we fighting for? It might even put it in a different perspective. So what are we fighting for? Yeah, we have a lot of threats that we can describe in detail, but what we are fighting for is the Constitution and the principles that this government was founded on. The Constitution is the protector of our country more thoroughly and more completely than any wall that could possibly be built. Yes, the wall along the border could help if it's built correctly and if it's managed and monitored correctly, but the true wall around our country is the Constitution. And I would like to call for a constitutional revival so that we really know the values that we live by, those freedoms and liberties that our Creator endowed us with. And by the way, to echo the rabbi vis-a-vis Israel, I'd like to also add a prayer. Sha'alu shalom Yerushalayim, yishlayu ohavaich. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. They shall prosper who love thee. And I believe that applies to now. Our country is like a sponge floating in the water. There's lots of other sponges, other countries floating in the water too. We can't be taken out of the water because that's the world that we live in. And what I call saturation, and that is the attempt of the progressive leftists and their nihilistic allies called the global Islamic movement, are seeking to alter or abolish the current form of government that we live under. Ironically, exactly what it says in the Declaration of Independence. And that sponge floating in the water will become saturated with water, won't it? To the point where it's basically completely submerged. And then there are forces who want to push from the top and accelerate that saturation process. So what, since we can't move the sponge out of the water, insulates us, makes us waterproof from being saturated by the things that would destroy us? What is that insulating power that keeps us from being saturated? The Constitution. That's what protects us, friends. So that's what I'm standing up for, and that's what I intend to continue fighting for, because I took a vow to protect our country from threat, both foreign and domestic. And even though I'm now currently retired from federal law enforcement, my vow is still active duty. And I follow my vow wherever it leads me. And tonight, my friends, has led me to stand in front of you. So I'm greatly honored to be the inaugural recipient, and I hope that I will be an example of those who come after me, that it will be a coveted prize simply for the sake of standing up and defending the liberties that our Creator endowed us with. Thank you very much.